Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film, Group, is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from a sinister house party discussing the 2022 supernatural horror film, Talk to Me. This film was directed by Danny Philippou and Michael Philippou and written by Danny Philippou and Bill Hinsman. Talk to Me tells a unique story in a way that hasn't been seen before, utilizing an engaging and talented cast, interesting lore and symbolism, as well as themes of grief and addiction. This new film has already cemented itself as a favorite among many horror fans. This film was recommended to us by friends of the show, Megan Martinez, Kristen Lofton, Richard Krotzer, Megan M., Itzy M., Jasmine, Beth Bauer, K.87, Pancake the Panda, and Liam. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. This film was also the winner of our January Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you want to help us pick an episode, join us over on our Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, what did you guys think about Talk to Me the first time you saw it?
We watched this at your parents' house,
Yes.
some weeks ago, right? It wasn't
very recently.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago. I do remember liking it. It's good. And then watching it for the show, I think I pinpoint where kind of it loses me a little bit.
Okay.
But the movie, I will say, is very pretty. Everything is done very nicely in this movie. The acting is great. The story is good, is there. Like I said, I got a few things that I was just like, okay. But damn, if this is their first movie, I can't wait to see what they do with a few more under them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm very excited to see what comes out of these guys. And this movie was, honestly, and I don't want to say that I hate to say it, but I'm glad to say it. This was a little bit of fresh air for horrors. You know what I mean? It's not something that's, I don't want to say it's not original, but it's good what it does. The movie's very good at what it does.
I completely agree. I feel like it's kind of like a new take on an old thing.
Right.
There's something very unique about it, even though, I mean, we've seen, and you could probably count it somewhat in the possession subgenre.
Yeah.
but it definitely does things that are very modern and interesting.
Yeah.
Which is what you want. We don't want to rehash of the same things, especially when you're never going to top The Exorcist. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We don't need to see somebody else in a bed and doing that. We've been there.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic, but do something new. Do something of your time.
Right.
Of your generation. You know, and I feel like that's really what this did. It is very, very much, and it's modern in a way that I don't think will be dated quickly.
Okay, fair enough.
Because that is an issue that I have with a lot of films that use a lot of modern technology, apps. You're like, oh, give this like a year.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to use Snapchat next year.
Yeah.
Well, or like clamshell phones. Or,
yeah, well,
yes.
Or just create your own technology.
Yeah.
The power of the sea is what.
That just makes no sense, though.
Well, you know.
We haven't used it. It could be great. The thing for me, the first time I saw this film, it was really, really about word of mouth because it had taken off and taken on like this life of its own on social media.
Right.
Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's saying, you got to see Talk to Me. And so I actually went to see it alone. I wasn't alone in the theater, so we don't have to worry about the eyeless man.
There you go.
Thank God.
The eyeless man did not make an appearance because he only does that when you're alone. There are rules to such things.
Yeah.
Which honestly leads me into my first impression. Because I think that's one thing I really enjoy about this film is that there is a lot of built-in lore. There's a lot of interesting ideas surrounding a certain artifact.
Right.
The rules of using that artifact and an implied history that we don't necessarily get in this film.
Yeah.
But it opens up an entire world of possibilities of prequels and sequels. And
right.
like there's so much more to tell. So much more that I'd like to know. But not knowing it doesn't take away from the experience of this either.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think this film's very inventive. It definitely lived up to my expectations and when I heard about it. I really enjoy, as you said, it's a very, very, very pretty film.
Yeah.
The cinematography, the production design, I really appreciate the music, the performances, of course. The atmosphere of this piece is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I love the feel of it. And I love Australian filmmakers showcasing Australia. That's just
Yeah.
This film has a lot of Australia as far as not only just the people working on it, but the places. I know it's a lot of sets, but they do use some real locations, and there are a lot of they're proud to be Australian.
Yeah.
And they should be.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say there is a lot up for interpretation. A lot of things that you can take from the film thematically. I know that we watched a ton of interviews with the filmmakers. I listened to the commentary track, and while you can glean quite a bit from it,
Yeah.
a long time ago, Jules sent me this meme of Frodo, and he's just like, all right, then keep your secrets.
Yeah.
And that's how I felt every single second of this commentary. It's like, all right, keep your secrets, I guess. I would like to know.
Yeah.
And I do respect this idea of leaving it up to the interpretation of the viewer. But there is so much here that I'm like, give me a bone.
Yeah.
Just give me something to where I can sink my teeth into it, and then I'll create all these theories. But I don't know. I mean, even with that, maybe stuff will be elaborated on in sequels. Maybe it won't. I know that this experience was still a ton of fun and very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I do really respect that, because if it were me, I'd be like, well, really what I meant by the color of the hand was like, I mean, I would be ready to like,
oh, for sure.
You know, but this is what I was thinking when I came up with, you know. So I do respect that, but it is a little maddening.
Yeah.
But no, I loved this. I saw it the first time when we watched it, like John Paul was saying, a couple weeks ago. I loved it. And then even working on it, there are moments, and they might be nitpicky, but I'm like, now, come on now. There's a couple of those, but it's like, overall, this is I think it's great. And more to what you were saying, T, about how modern it is, I feel like that it's such an interesting way to tell the story, because it is such a unique way. I feel like this is a possession film for sure. And it has been done so many times, and it's always this like, oh, this ancient box or this ancient spirit or you know what I mean? It's all, but this is like, no, I'm watching somebody's fucking Instagram story and they're doing like, it's, to me, we've become so desensitized when you see somebody fighting on the street. People aren't trying to break them up. They're filming them.
Yeah.
Like it's so societally, that is where we are. And the fact that we are so desensitized and we're kind of removing ourselves by watching everything through a screen, it makes it where it's like, we're not in the room. It's not like, oh my God, this is fucking scary and so many things could go wrong. It's like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking post this because this is crazy and everybody should know that I'm at this party. And, but it's like it cheapens what's going on. And I feel like that is such good commentary for where we are in 2024. I had to think about what year. But I mean, you know what I mean? There's commentary there. And I really did appreciate that because we do live in an age where, this is happening. These kids aren't running to a fucking library.
No.
You know what I mean? Like that is not what's going to happen. So just taking this very staple motif or theme of possession and really modernizing it in a way that is this is not Black Mirror thrown into some like future technology. We're recording it on shit that I have right here.
Yeah.
You know? I really appreciated that. I feel like it is a story for, it's just like a new generation almost. It like you said, John Paul, a fresh air, fresh take. And I really appreciated that. And you can tell that it's made by people who love and respect horror.
Yes. There's quite a few references that can be kind of slight. Mm-hmm. And you just feel, again, like you said, that there is this reference for not only this subgenre, but the genre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of emotional weight.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the film, I think it's conveyed more through performances by certain actors, but there's more to the film than just trying to scare the shit out of you.
Yeah.
I think that's another thing that I liked about it is they had talked about on commentary this idea of it being part drama.
Okay.
I totally agree with that. And I think we all did watch a lot of interviews for this, and in the featurette on the Blu-ray, in the Grip of Terror, you see how like seriously everybody took their characters and really, because Danny Philippou said that he had written specific people, and then after casting them, he wanted them to kind of like try the characters on and make little tweaks to like make it their own, and it lends to more believable performance, like more believable people. I believe that these kids exist. They're not like, I don't know, it seems very authentic, which is like a weird realism, and it being authentic is a weird way to describe a movie that does what this movie does. But they felt like real people.
I will give it that, because I do complain about child actors or whatever sometimes, but not complain about them, but like sometimes if the movie isn't, to me it's just like, oh, I know it's weird, it kind of throws it off. But I will agree, they all seem like teens.
Yeah,
they
all seem like this is their age.
Yeah.
And they really capture the weight of peer pressure.
Yes.
And wanting to be seen as cool.
And in such a way where it's not like after school special.
No.
If you're one of us, you'll do it. It's just like this internal thing that is like, well, I want these people to like me. And I feel like when you're that young, I would say for most people, that is something that to some degree you have felt or wrestled with.
Yeah.
So when you're around people who are trivializing something and making it feel cool or okay, it seems cool or okay. And then for me, and you have this added factor of you kind of removing yourself, like we were talking about the phones.
Yeah.
It just feels like, because I feel like people could be like, well, why the fuck would you even do that? Well, I feel like they've set up a scenario where, yeah, a lot of people would do it.
And they could be pushed into doing it.
Yeah.
You're not pushing me in to do that shit.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I'm not down. No, that's
Don't
fine.
get
You
it
go
twisted.
right ahead, T. That's
No.
I'm
I guarantee. I think the 32-year-old me would definitely not.
I
do
was
it.
gonna say 17-year-old me. I would have done it.
fuck
I would've done
no.
Well, they all seem fine after.
Oh, no.
Well, seemed fine.
Yeah.
Seemed. Yeah. But I did want to talk a little bit about the production of this. Maybe because I think we're elder millennials, right?
Yes.
I did not know who these, I almost called them boys. They're like, I did not know who these boys were. Sorry to this man. But Danny and Michael Philippou, they have I think,
Right.
a very successful YouTube channel, Raka Raka.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I felt very, we were talking the other day, the Jamie Lee Curtis, I'm old. I didn't know who they were. They started the channel in 2013. It seems like they did a lot of stuff with like stunts and wrestling and FX. Like their videos looked crazy.
Yeah, one of their videos, I seen something about, it looked like a Ronald McDonald. So I thought it might have been the one that stands on the fucking counter. He's like, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
It's not?
No, I don't know. I guess not.
I don't.
Was that Ronald McDonald Australia?
There's your.
That's the
giveaway.
But no, it was, like I said, very successful and award winning, the channel was. But I guess the goal was to kind of expand. And Danny Philippou said that he had started writing Talk to Me, and they're very funny to watch them talk and be interviewed together because they're twin brothers and they act sometimes like they are 8 years old. Like they're just very funny the way that they fuck with each other. And like, because he talked about, I can't remember what interview I watched, but they said that they had assumed because they directed it together that they wrote it together. And Danny Philippou was like, no, it was a very personal story and I can't do that with him. But he had a co-writer, but he said that he tapped into like there is history of mental illness in his family and like dark stuff that happened within his family. And he also said that he had, when he was younger, he had 3 neighbors that had done drugs together, and one of them had a bad reaction and had collapsed to the floor, and the other 2 were filming him with their cameras instead of trying to help him. And so, more to what we were saying earlier, this like removal of self from the situation through a screen, I mean, that is, you can see the influence.
Yeah.
And he had also told a story on commentary that was from a very personal space as far as getting some of the, I guess, symbolism and motifs regarding specifically hands.
Okay.
He had said that whenever he was, I think, 16 years old, he was in a very, very bad car accident. And when they took him to the hospital, he couldn't stop shaking. And the doctors were unsure of what to do, how to, get him back to some state of stability. And his sister came into the room and she touched his hand and then he just stopped shaking. And so it was because he was in shock that he was shaking.
Well, yeah.
But it was this small bit of human connection that brought him back to normal.
Okay.
And so this idea of hands being a sense of human connection, I mean, this is very...
For sure.
Yeah.
And he had said to that point, when you don't have a connection to grab onto like that, you will grab onto anything that you can.
Fair.
Yeah.
So, again, there's a lot.
Yeah.
And, honestly, even just thinking about the title, Talk to Me, how detached we are as a society, how you go to a public place and you see people at tables together at restaurants staring down at their phones.
Yeah.
It's like...
That's every day.
You know?
Yeah. But he writes it and he starts pitching it to Hollywood studios, and it is a resounding no. Like, they had told a story where I guess they were sending it to people and they were like, this is not the way that you do this.
Yeah.
You go through your manager, like, what are you doing? Like, it was a no, except one studio, which they would not mention what Hollywood studio, but they did say, yeah, let's do it, but we have notes. So they said that all of the notes took away the uniqueness of the way that they were trying to tell the story and turned it into like your basically cookie cutter, like paint by numbers horror film.
Right.
So again, with stuff like this, you get more money, but you lose your creative control. So they said that all these notes that they're getting, they're kind of starting to feel like this isn't even the story that we were trying to tell anymore. So, and on one interview I saw, they said that one of the notes that they received was that they don't want Australian accents in the film.
What?
They were like, "Nar."
Oh, come on. Hey, we're trying. That's what we're trying to get away from.
Well, sorry, but they left.
Yeah.
They left. So they reached out to Causeway Films, which they were familiar with because they worked crew positions on the Babadook.
Yes.
Hey, all
How
right.
fucking cool is that?
When I was scrolling his filmography, I was like, what the hell?
I know. So, Talk to Me had its world premiere at the Sundance Film Festival, and I saw them tell the story where they said anytime somebody got up to go to the bathroom, the doors opened, a whole bunch of light came in, people are shuffling, trying to get to the end of the aisle, and so every time somebody got up to go to the bathroom or came back in, they were like, oh, that took everybody out of it. Like, everybody's gonna fucking hate this now. Why are we even doing this? Like, we're frauds. We shouldn't even be here. They said that Ari Aster was there.
Wow.
And they went to apologize to Ari Aster after the film for him having to sit through it. And so they approached him and he was like, I feel like I just saw something really special. Like, you guys did that. You did a great job. And so they were like, what? And they said that Jordan Peele FaceTimed them and was like, I loved this. Like, so I mean, I was like, that made me feel better because that imposter syndrome is a bitch,
Dude.
okay?
I was going to say they're incredibly relatable.
Yes.
Yeah.
So after that, A24 bought the rights. Obviously, it's an A24 film. And it would go on to become A24's second highest grossing film worldwide. Second only to Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay.
Which I'm sure they could not even fathom.
Right.
Because in so many of the interviews that I saw before the movie came out, they were like, we're up against this, we're up against this. Like, please go see this movie. Like, we don't stand a chance, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, it's amazing. And they said that everything that they've ever made was leading up to this moment and this film.
It's just, to me, a very inspirational story.
Yeah.
Especially coming from people, like, I saw, there was this interview that they had done where they had said after the success of it, they're like, we're just waiting for it all to basically crumble. And I'm like, I get that, you know?
I'm sure that they couldn't imagine.
No, at all. And then to see the success that this does and to know that there are potentially a prequel,
Right.
potentially a sequel in the works. It's like, this is the start of something potentially very big, as if it wasn't big enough on its own.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, before we let this film in, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then talk to me. The film opens abruptly outside of a party. Ducks in a Row by Lucien Blomkamp and iGel rattles the street with its bass, but we are following close behind a new arrival. In a tracking shot, we follow Cole, played by Ari McCarthy, as he walks swiftly up to the party, pushing past the crowd outside.
Something very interesting that comes up a lot on commentary is people popping up in this film who have either known or worked with these directors. And so the actor who plays Cole, first off, immediately, Danny Philippou was on a TV show because they tried their hand at acting, and there was a show called Deadlock, and they were on it with this actor.
That's cool, though. I like that.
And they just remembered him, and they're like, perfect.
I like that. But he yells on his phone to someone named Duckett, accusing him of ignoring the messages he sent. He continues around the house, people commenting that someone inside is off his head. Cole asks strangers if Duckett is inside, but someone laughs at him, saying they don't know who that is.
Thanks for stopping.
Yeah. He walks around the giant house, stopping by the pool to ask if anyone there has seen Duckett. A girl calls back to him that she hasn't. Cole continues forward, asking groups as he goes and getting nothing but no's. He heads inside, past the partiers and the strobing lights, and finds Fiona, played by Sarah Brokenshaw, slicing vegetables. She tells Cole that he'll find his brother in Jaden's room and he needs to go and get him.
When I saw Fiona in the kitchen, I was like, I hope she's not chopping walnuts for her.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I heard this very popular
Party
parties these days. But I love so much this just being thrown into it.
Yeah.
This very, very quick, and we'll get to the shock of the cold open.
Yeah.
But this atmosphere of this party is so, like, it speaks perfectly to the social component of this film.
Yes, especially as it goes on.
Yeah, and it really, really is fertile ground for that commentary that you talked about at the beginning.
Definitely. And it was wild to me the way that this cold open can both completely grab my attention and tease like what more is to come, and also let me completely forget about it as the story goes on.
I think that's something that's so, like, very adept filmmakers do this thing where you can show somebody something very shocking,
Yes.
and then shock them so much more,
Yes.
Yeah.
that it's just
Because
disappears.
later on it's like, oh yeah,
Yeah, that's right. The craziest fucking thing.
where we all started. But Cole passes down a narrow hallway, past a house full of people having the time of their lives, to Jaden's room. Jaden, played by Jaden Davidson, asks Cole what his brother's problem is, but Cole doesn't dignify the question with a response. Instead, he addresses the locked door, yelling through it at Duckett to open up. Jaden warns Cole that he's about to call the cops, and Cole threatens to break the door down if Duckett doesn't answer. This finally coaxes a response from his brother, and Duckett counters for Cole to just go away. As promised, and much to Jaden's chagrin, Cole rams into the door with his shoulder until it cracks and flies open.
It's very small, but it did make me laugh because even in this moment of chaos and turmoil, dude goes, "You're going to break my mom's door," which is really funny to be so specific in this.
He doesn't own this house. This is what Charlie should have
Oh,
realized
man.
last week.
Yeah.
This is not your house.
No,
this
you-
is your mother's house. But inside the room, Duckett, played by Sonny Johnson, sits with his back to us. He is shirtless, and there are open and angry slashes on his back. Without turning toward his brother, Duckett quietly asks Cole if he can see them because they're in here. Cole drapes Duckett's shirt over his bare shoulders and tells him gently that he's going to take him home. Duckett mutters that Pop said Cole was going to hurt a lot of people, but Cole pulls his brother to his feet and reminds him that Pop is dead.
These are all very important clues
Uh-huh.
because I know that there is a bit of a debate in the horror community about certain aspects of this film, but there are so many things that point to a specific thing.
Right.
And I can't talk about any of it yet.
Yeah.
But these lines are very important.
So did he show up to the party like this?
I think that they were maybe doing shit at this party, or he came and then freaked out and saw
Okay.
something and freaked out. And I didn't catch any of this the first time we watched it. What he's saying?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't catch any, like, the music is so loud and I'm already invested, like, oh my God, that's his brother. Like, what's going on? Like, and you see the marks or whatever all on his back.
Yeah.
I didn't catch any of what he's saying at all. But they step out into the hallway and Duckett looks at Cole with accusing eyes. He says, "You're not him." Again, and this really rewards you on a rewatch,
Absolutely.
because this scene, you get so much more context, because a first time watcher, like, what is happening?
Yeah.
But Cole has no idea what Duckett is talking about and continues to lead him down the hallway. Once they step into the kitchen, Cole is infuriated to find the room full of people recording the event on their phones, which again is exactly what would happen.
Yeah. It's just, that is, I do, at this point, I'm like, this is fucking, I was like, what's happening?
Yes.
My curiosity is in full peak.
Yeah,
The thing about the phones, it's so cruel, but it's so accurate.
Yeah.
it is.
It's exactly what people would be doing, and they would be like, well, I hope my video is the one that gets,
Yeah.
you know.
But Cole pushes them away and cusses at them. And when he turns back around to get his brother, Duckett swiftly stabs him in the chest.
It happens. It just, the way the camera follows Cole, it's so,
Yeah.
it's misdirection.
Yes.
You hear from the knife block, but again, the party is so loud.
The party is so loud, and she was just using that knife a minute ago.
Yeah.
Like, we saw that knife a minute ago. Cole goes down immediately, and the partygoers scream and scatter. Duckett takes uneasy steps out into the yard, and we watch through the open sliding doors as he stands there, surveying his surroundings. Without warning or hesitation, he drives the knife up into his own face. It cuts to black, and the partygoers continue to scream. We get the title card scratched white into the black screen. Talk to me.
I was very impressed by this cold open for a lot of reasons. Not, of course, to mention the fact that it's very shocking.
Right.
Sets up so much for the film that we'll discover and understand more later. But just the technical aspects of it. This is one long take.
Right.
Yes.
This entire opening sequence, all of these extras throughout this party, all of the movements, all of the timing, everything. I had heard on commentary, first of all, the extras are mostly just fans of their YouTube channel.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They did an open casting call on Instagram.
That is so fucking
Yeah.
cool.
And a lot of the other people in the party are actors that we'll meet later that are dressed differently.
Oh my
See,
God.
that's the way to do it.
Yes.
Like they're in disguise, basically.
Yeah.
But the thing about the takes is that this long take, everything has to be perfect. You got to hit your marks, etc. They had said that they went through, because it's part of the thing, they went through 10 of his mother's doors because of all the times they had to do it. And on the 10th take, the people were like, look, we have one door left. So... this
is
has
it.
got to be it. And they did it, and that was it. But I was just like, I'm a sucker for a long take.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the artistry and the technique that is necessary to do them, it's just impressive. And especially such a bold choice to do as your first feature, to start with a long take like this.
Yeah.
Definitely. I also really loved that he was like, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break it down. And he fucking broke it down and got in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like in a lot of movies, it would have been like, open the door.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm fucking coming in after you. And he did.
He's a man of his word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of for me what was that.
Yeah.
Because it would have been in most movies like, you got a key to this, or
Yeah. Or just to like keep hitting it.
Or like, come on, man, please get out. But no, yeah, he said, I'm gonna break the door down. He did come, protest about it being his mom's door. And
Yeah.
But hey, my brother's in there.
Yes.
Fuck your mom's door,
Yeah,
dude. I'll
send me a
buy you.
bill. Yeah.
I'll buy you another one.
But it sets up so many questions as well. Not only, of course, what's going on with Duckett, but this history on Cole's side as well. That he's watched this experience go on so much so that he is here at this party to kind of rescue him
Yeah.
from whatever the fuck's going on. It's that's ripe for a prequel.
And the more that we learn, I feel like his anger at the people filming them is understandable and justifiable just on its surface. But as it goes on and you see or kind of get hints at what happened to his brother, you get why he's so fucking mad. And anybody would be. But after the opening title, we see Mia, played by Sophie Wilde, sitting apart from everyone at a memorial. Now, Sophie Wilde.
Man.
Incredible.
Oh yeah.
She is so good in these big moments, but also there's these quiet moments of like one-on-one where it's just her and one other person. And there is so much nuance to her face, to her voice. Like, she's amazing. She completely blew me away in this. I've never seen her in anything before this.
It's a very thoughtful performance.
Right.
It's a very demanding role.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she is just brilliant.
I saw in an interview, we'll talk in a little bit, but another actor talking about how much she inspired them.
Oh, wow.
But we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
I did see in probably like 6 interviews that they said that when they saw Sophie Wilde, they were like, that's it. There was not one thing that they would change about her, about anything. They were like, that's who we want and that's perfect. They said they lost $1 million out of the budget because they did not go with a big name for Mia.
What?
Yeah. And they were like, that's fine. We want her.
You would think though that even with that, it's like, okay, then you have extra money to put
That's
it wherever.
why I
Yeah.
saw an interview where they were like, wait, so to pay her? They were like, no, because they don't expect you to make as much money if it's, oh, I'm going to see this actor that I like. They don't know who you are, so they're
Yeah.
not coming to see you, which is so
It's a lot.
It seems so fucking like ridiculous to me.
It
I
is.
get it logically, but fuck off.
Every actor, big or small, all started somewhere.
Yes.
Of course.
So you don't know if we didn't give her a chance, how else this would have been portrayed or the performance we would have got.
Producers, I think, see it as a risk, but it's an opportunity.
It is.
Right.
They said it on commentary. It was the perfect way to put it
Mm-hmm.
because what they were told was, well, Sophie Wilde isn't a name.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, no, Sophie Wilde is a name. You just don't know her yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
And I'm like, that is exactly right.
And
Okay.
yeah, they're 1,000% right. I cannot wait to see what she does going forward. She is so good in this.
But I feel like we also seen that with Lake Mungo, with them using, you know what I mean,
And
unknowns for the family.
it kind of gives more.
It felt authentic.
It provides more of an opportunity for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instead of being like, oh, that's Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Anya
That's
Taylor-Joy
what-
is
yeah.
doing a really great job. But as Mia chips away the polish on her nails, she listens to a home video on her headphones until she's interrupted when her father, Max, played by Marcus Johnson, comes over. He apologizes for intruding, and she apologizes in return for needing a minute away, but he tells her that Auntie Lee wants to talk to her. Outside, Mia talks to Auntie Lee, played by Kadan Zalik. Lee admits to Mia that she hasn't been able to bring herself to take Mia's mother's contact out of her phone. Mia agrees, looking down at the ground. Lee tries to change the subject, asking Mia if she's thought about her plans after school, if maybe she'll go work with her dad. Mia chuckles awkwardly, but she doesn't give an answer. Now, there is a deleted scene here. They talked a lot about the deleted scenes and said that when you have to describe everything on a page, it's different than seeing somebody act it out, and then you kind of feel like you don't need to describe it anymore. So they talked about a lot of stuff that got cut from the script in that way, and some scenes that got deleted, you know, for various reasons. But one of the reasons was they didn't think that it really needed to be there because of the way that the actors were portraying what was going on. But in the deleted scene here, she asks Mia if she's talked to her dad about what happened. And Mia says no. And she goes, it's time for you to ask your dad what really happened.
Wow.
And part of me understands why they deleted it, but I feel like a bigger part of me would have liked it kept in, because there is a lot of tension between her and her dad, and that would explain it. That would explain it more, especially something that she says to him later. I was like, whoa, where did that come from?
Yeah, no, I agree.
So, like, even this being planted here, maybe if it was something she was already kind of thinking, and then her aunt says it, and then it's like she's just carrying that with her, you know? I felt like it worked, but it is not. It's gone.
And I don't think that would take up a lot of time.
No, it was
No.
like a few more seconds.
Yeah, I personally would have appreciated that. There's a moment in the film that certain things are discussed in a very expositional way.
Yeah.
And I know expository way, excuse me. I know, or no, I think I was right the first time. Doesn't matter. It's early. I don't need to know grammar. Anyway.
Yeah, grammar doesn't start till 12 p.m. Everybody knows
Hey,
that.
it's 12 p.m. now. But the thing is that I understand, of course, you need exposition in a film to discuss, to understand. But I do think that in one scene, that discussion comes off a little clunky because it really comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But if we had these little seeds planted, and especially what comes next when we see her with her
Yes.
father,
Yeah.
it's like, why are you treating him that way?
Yes.
And then
Oh,
just
yeah.
suddenly, you're like, oh, shit.
yeah.
Like you said, it's like out of the blue.
Yeah. And it could also be a thing like we talked about the opening where you're like, oh, fuck. And then you kind of forget about it as it goes on.
Yeah.
This would have been a seed that was planted. And then everything that happens later, we would not be thinking about what this lady said at
Yeah.
all.
Not at all.
And then when it's brought up, it can be like, oh, fuck, that's right. You know, I felt like it was really good. And it kind of bummed me out that it didn't make it in. But back at home, Mia stifles a sneeze into her elbow as she does the dishes. Max walks in, blurry behind her, and asks her a question. She can't hear him over the running water, so she turns it off. He repeats himself. Are you getting a cold? Mia says blandly that she thinks she is. They stand for a moment, and when Max doesn't say anything else, Mia turns the water back on. Then he decides to ask something else. She turns it back off, annoyed, and he repeats himself. How was today for you? She says, fine. Knowing what they've just come from, this is really sad and very tense, but there is kind of a humor in it because everybody's been here.
Oh, I hate it.
I paused my AirPod and then nobody says anything, and then I started back up, and then now everybody wants to talk. Like it's kind of funny.
Again, with it being relatable.
Yes.
But it does speak to that tension that is, if there is something underlying, I think these moments would hit harder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they are played, at least as I felt it, like you said, a little bit of humor.
Yeah.
But really, it kind of would speak to them missing each other.
Yeah.
I didn't take that. I was just like, you're being an asshole to your dad, dude.
She is.
Yeah.
She is.
Yeah.
And I feel like even if that seed had been planted, he's like, how was today for you? Well, Auntie Lee said something really weird.
Yeah.
Can we talk? No. You know, this is an opportunity for them to unpack. And it feels like her dad is trying and she's just closed off.
And honestly, if Auntie Lee said that, we have what's going on in her mind right now.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
these moments.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
It would just make more sense because it is very much like, why you're mad at your dad, or
Yeah.
like, what did your dad do? And I'll be honest, the first time I watched this, I had suspicions about something, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's not that kind of movie.
no, not at all.
But I think that this in itself, and like I said, as we go on, this was one of those things that hurt it for me.
Okay.
Because I understand what we see later and what we get into, but as of now, you're just being an asshole to your dad.
I will say, I feel like they could have done more with her dad. I don't often say this, but for me, this movie could have been longer.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of the time we come to the table with the opposite. I feel like you could have done another 20 minutes of this.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, you know, but yeah. But Mia's phone rings and she answers it in a warmer tone than the one that she's been speaking to her dad with. Someone on the other end of the phone asks Mia for a ride. At the skate park, Riley, played by Joe Bird, joins his friend James, played by James Oliver, sitting on the curb.
The funny thing they said on commentary about James Oliver, they said that when, I think it was Danny Philippou is writing the script.
Yes.
He's trying to put people to these characters he's writing. And so this character of James, who doesn't really get a lot of time, but the time that he gets, he's funny.
He is
Yeah.
funny.
He was thinking of his neighbor, and he's like, I'm going to write James as my neighbor. And then it comes time to cast James, and they're like, what if we just cast...
Oh my.
His neighbor.
Yeah. So this is the debut of James.
That's so funny. He seems very natural.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to say, he seems like an actor.
I thought,
yeah.
You can always kind of tell when somebody's like somebody's friend, or, you know,
Yeah.
that is really funny. I never would have guessed that.
No.
He seems very comfortable. But Riley says that his sister was supposed to come and pick him up. And James commiserates that his fat mom was supposed to too, but she's probably off somewhere giving someone the old thinner.
Jesus.
I was like,
James.
So you
James.
don't like your mom.
I mean, but Riley scoots closer so that he can take a look at the Snapchat James is watching. It's a video of Alex Veroli, played by Jet Gasly, making faces at the camera. Riley comments that Alex looks elvish, but James clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. I wonder if this is a nod to somebody that's in this. Could it be?
Maybe.
Like fantasy elves? Is
Yeah.
what he said?
He did.
I was a little confused because he was like making fun of the photo, and then when Riley said something, he's like, "Shut up!"
Yeah. Well,
Like, what?
I thought that I thought this kid was going to play a bigger role because we never see or
Yeah,
hear from him.
at all. Yeah.
Just make fun of him and move on. It's wild.
There is a deleted scene where Riley sees him at school, and it's like 3 seconds long. I'm like, was this something that got cut? I don't know. I don't know.
Did he look at his ears? He was like,
Are you an elf?
suspicious.
But James comments that he thinks Alex stole one of his cigarettes. As he checks his pack, Riley asks if he smokes now, but James says he doesn't. He just sells them. He sold 2 to Alex today because he's such a tryhard. James takes out a cigarette and muses that Alex invited him over to hang out. When Riley reminds him that he thought he hated him, James just shrugs. He asks if Riley thinks you get cancer immediately from smoking, and Riley's only advice to his friend is to just not smoke it.
Well,
Yeah. James tells him not to tell him what to do and lights the cigarette.
When I was their age, I thought that for sure.
Yeah.
Like for certain. That's why
As soon as the lighter lights
Yeah,
it,
that
it's
was
like,
it.
well,
you put
that's
you put it to your lips, and then
that's it. Huh?
it's just 100% nothing
it's all,
but.
it's all those commercials that we saw as
Yeah.
kids.
They were very
Shit's
influential
scary.
on 12-year-old me, and also 32-year-old me.
But James hands it over to Riley, and Riley refuses it, telling him that he hates the smell. James calls his friend a fetus and remarks that he needs a new best friend. This is when Mia pulls up, and Riley tells James to get rid of the cigarette. Mia stops the car and immediately calls them out for smoking. And when Riley says they weren't actually smoking, James says that Riley is lying, and Riley already smoked half a pack.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mia asks James if he needs a ride anywhere, and when he says that his mom is on her way, she tells him to call Riley if he needs her to come back. As they part, she tells him to enjoy his cancer. In the car, Mia and Riley sing Sia's Chandelier dramatically and at the top of their lungs.
It seems like a lot of fun, first of all.
No, yeah, they were getting it.
And also speaks to their relationship.
Yes.
There are such small moments between them, and moments like this where you're like, oh, she's his sister, basically.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Well, when he calls Mia and then it cuts to him and he was like, my sister was supposed to come and pick me up, I thought he was talking about Mia.
Yeah.
The
me
first
too.
time I watched
I
it.
thought Mia was just late.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh no, okay. Like
Yeah.
shortly you see what's going on, but the way that their relationship is very, very sweet.
It is. I did want to talk about Chandelier for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, and they said this on commentary, they originally wanted Green Light by Lorde, but they couldn't get the rights to it. And then the brother scolded the other brother because they're not allowed to talk about that.
Oh.
But we all know it, and it's on commentary
Yeah,
forever.
it's over. Yeah.
And now I'm telling everyone here. But it turns out that Sia is from Adelaide, Australia,
Oh, okay.
which is where the Philippou brothers are from, which is where this film is set. So it's like, again, these connections.
connection.
Yeah.
And she let them use it for, I think, like a quarter of the price.
Yeah.
Oh, how
nice.
cool.
Because a film this budget should not,
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was honestly surprised to see in an indie, like A24 distributed film, this song in it.
Yeah.
Because this was like a huge hit.
They're getting it too.
They
Yeah.
are.
But out of nowhere, Mia stops singing and tells Riley to stop too. She slows the car to a stop and shuts the music off, cautioning Riley to stay in the car when she gets out. Of course, Riley doesn't listen, and he gets out as well, as Mia approaches something wounded and groaning in the street. We finally see that it's an injured kangaroo. Now, I, as an American, more specifically a Texan, was so shocked to see a kangaroo.
Yeah.
But I guess, like, for us, this would be like a deer or like a possum, right? Like, how often, Aussie friends and listeners, how often do y'all see kangaroo just hopping around? Like, is I don't know.
No,
Like, kangaroo are like fascinating to me because they have those little like mucusy pouches
Yeah.
and they're buff as fuck. Like, they can beat your
Yeah.
ass.
They will beat your ass.
They will beat your ass and they jump.
They do.
I remember I heard
Yes.
on something that the kangaroo population gets so out of control that like you can buy their meat for really cheap during certain seasons
Oh,
because
wow.
it's like we are what does that taste like? What is the texture?
I don't know.
Meaty.
Meaty.
Yeah.
Maybe gamey.
Like like lean? Like
Yeah.
I didn't know about the mucusy pouch until The Simpsons.
I know, but it's true.
I thought it was like a pillowcase.
Yeah, well, we watched Winnie the Pooh, and it looked very comfortable in there.
It did. And they never talked about it on that.
But I mean, I didn't mean to go off on all the, I didn't know I had so many thoughts about kangaroos, but I was really shocked to see a kangaroo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say the kangaroo question is appropriate. What caught me off guard was the discussion of the meat.
I just am curious because I did read that the population, like, do you like? I can't imagine. Like, Australians, I give all the props. The spiders, and I'm like, are there just like gangs of kangaroos just like waiting to beat your ass like on the street? Like, what is life like for y'all?
See, here's what I think.
DM me.
And we have Australian listeners.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, and we love you.
Yes.
I
Die.
Oh, nay. Again, you're really working against us here. I think that it's one of those things where it becomes like a tall tale in America that like there are these spiders just everywhere.
Yeah.
There are these, things just everywhere. And maybe it's like an American like urban legend kind of a thing where we're just taking it and just making it worse than it is. Or maybe
I don't know, dude. Because our friend Kate posted a picture one time and was like, look, this little guy was on my back porch. And I was like, oh my God. Just a picture.
And that wasn't the first time, Kate.
No, I did not mean to go off on a tangent, but a kangaroo.
Yes.
A kangaroo.
Mm-hmm. That's what started this.
Yes. On the credits, too, it says something about no kangaroo were injured and no other kind of animal was kissed.
Right.
But
and we'll talk about that. Because I think they had said on commentary that this kangaroo is like a puppet.
Again, as I stated, I've never been up close and personal with the kangaroo before. But the way that it was moving and stuff, it looked very real to me. Mm-hmm. And the sounds that it was making were just very sad.
Yeah.
There is one shot that they talk about later that feels similar to this film, but Get Out.
I'm thinking Get Out. I'm thinking The Invitation.
Yes.
That's like, more where I
I'm like, man, this is never a fucking good start to anything.
No.
But let's wrap up Kangaroo Corner.
All right. Kangaroo Court.
Kangaroo Court. Riley asks if they need to call a vet, but Mia thinks that this is beyond that. Riley insists that they can't just leave it this way, and he asks if Mia can put it out of its misery. Mia agrees, and they get back in the car. But when she drives up to it, she stops just short of ending the poor creature's life. She struggles with herself, but ultimately pulls away, leaving the kangaroo to suffer. Riley protests, reiterating that they can't just leave it like that, but Mia is sure that another car will come. He points out that the kangaroo was crying, and Mia doesn't respond. She continues to drive, leaving the kangaroo to get smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror.
Look, I agree that it is kangarooed to leave this poor animal like this, but I don't know, did Riley expect her to
run it over?
That's just unbelievable.
I don't think I could.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think we said the same thing on The Invitation. I could not bash, what was it, Coyote or something?
Yeah, and then go to a party after?
And then go to a party.
Dude,
that's too much. The day is over.
Yeah, at least the day, probably the weekend.
Me just seeing it, the day is over. I don't know. But Mia takes Riley home and comes into the house with him. She goes into a bedroom and finds Riley's sister Jade, played by Alexandra Jensen, laying on her bed with AirPods in. Mia interrupts Jade scrolling on her phone by hitting her in the head with a pillow. Jade is annoyed, asking Mia what she's doing here uninvited, but Mia reminds her that she forgot to pick up her brother. On cue, Riley enters the room and hits Jade in the face with another pillow.
Dude, the sound design, I don't know what these pillows are made of, but good Lord.
It's like a kangaroo punch. But she tells Riley that she's sorry, but she had him on mute. And Riley just tells her flatly that he's telling their mother before leaving the room. So I think this is another example of missed communication. Mm-hmm. Her having him on mute.
Yeah.
Which is like, what an asshole.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Well, I'm sure he's an annoying little brother.
I know, but it's still
nobody said anything about you. Don't be cocking your head to the side.
Well, you said it a little pointed.
There is
at me
a bit of an age difference.
Yeah.
So I'm sure, siblings always annoy each other, but it's like your brother's out of the house and doing shit and your mom's at work. You don't put him on mute.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Even that, you need to be able to get a hold of your sibling.
But I got to be honest.
Ari would be in so much trouble.
Oh, yeah.
This is kind of the start of something I noticed in this film, which is that a lot of these characters are just rude as hell to each other.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of odd. Like it's like, why are you partying with these people that you clearly hate? Why? It's so weird. And then you're mean. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna wait for a little bit till we met more people to say that. But that's another problem of mine with the movie. It's like, are you guys friends? I mean, we learned that with Charlie and Evil Ed too. It's like, you guys.
Yeah. Do you guys even like each other?
But I think that's something as well as far as commentary is concerned, because I think that there is something about a generation that is desperate to impress and to whatever with people that they don't even know or care about.
Yeah.
So maybe that is part of it, to where it's like you clearly don't like each other.
Okay.
Yet
I
you
can see
want
that.
to.
Yeah.
So, maybe that's part of it.
Or you're just trying to be friends so y'all can
Yeah.
latch on because none of y'all have friends or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But Jade thanks Mia for picking Riley up, and Mia lifts their bulldog Cookie, played by Dog, and sets her on the floor, making more space for herself on Jade's bed. I think this is a bulldog. I'm not good with dogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great name, Dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
I might get flack for this. Everybody knows I'm a cat person.
Yeah.
Same. All three of us. Yeah.
Seeing this dog, I couldn't have that around. The slobber, the smell probably, and then you gotta pick up its...
They mentioned this dog's smell
Yeah.
a few times.
It can't do anything to counteract that.
I feel bad for it because it's
Yeah.
like, can you breathe?
Yeah, dude.
I don't know.
And I've heard terrible things. Mom was telling me an article that she read about global warming.
Yeah.
Because of how short their limbs are, they're not long for this world.
Oh my god.
It's terrible. I feel bad for talking shit about the dog first, and then but I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Cut that.
No, we'll leave it in. Everybody should know who I really am. But
And please, just me, so that you can know who I am. Please don't put your fucking shoes on my bed.
Oh my god. That
come
is
on.
Throw the pillows you want at me. Don't put your nasty ass shoes on my bed.
That is
Take them
a
off.
pet peeve of mine that happens in so many movies. We have like a is that tile? I don't know.
Yeah.
In the entryway. Just leave your shoes there. I don't
Yeah.
even want shoes on my carpet. On my bed?
come on.
Yeah.
Oh no. Get out. But Mia makes herself comfortable, and Jade pays her no mind, continuing to text on her phone. Mia tells her that she saw a dying kangaroo, and Jade barely reacts to this. Mia reflects that it was just in so much pain, and Jade asks why she didn't call anyone. Mia replies that she doesn't know. It was almost dead, and she just wanted to put it out of its misery. But Jade is sucked back into her phone and doesn't respond to this at all. So, I mean, I feel like if anybody was like, I saw a dying fill in the blank animal in the road, I'd be like, oh my God. Like, there's no reaction at all.
Yeah.
And the fact that I'm not going to go back to talking about kangaroos. I'm like, so maybe they do see them all the time. Maybe this is something that happens all the time. But even if somebody was like, I saw a dying deer in the road, I'd be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And that happens all the time here.
Yeah.
There would be more of something. I think that, of course, again, as we've been saying, it just speaks to that
Yeah.
disconnection.
Mia nudges Jade, thanking her sarcastically for ignoring her phone calls. But Jade says she didn't ignore Mia. She's just been busy. Just then, her phone starts to ring, and she immediately answers, despite Mia telling her not to. She laughs, greeting someone on the other end named Daniel, as Mia literally jumps on top of her, begging her friend to console her because she just let a kangaroo suffer. On the phone, Daniel asks if it's Mia, and Jade concedes that it is, telling her boyfriend that she'll call him back. Mia loudly says bye to Daniel into the phone as Jade hangs up. The two lay on their stomachs next to each other, Jade finally offering consolation to her friend. Mia asks Jade if she's seen the group chat and pulls up a video someone named Haley posted. In the video, a crowd stands and cheers around a girl in a chair played by Helene Philippou, their sister.
Yeah.
Her eyes have been completely taken over by black and she shakes violently. Mia says that they're doing it again tonight and she wants to go and see if it's real. Jade refuses this, saying that she can't tonight. Mia switches the video off and tells Jade sincerely that today was 2 years since her mom passed. Jade didn't even realize that it was today, and Mia says that she just wants to go and forget about it. She even offers that Daniel could come. After some interesting comments about Mia mentioning that she dated Daniel first and Jade belittling it to them just holding hands once 3 years ago, as well as some thinly veiled joking on Mia's part about Daniel spinning the old ones and twos on her, Jade finally agrees on the basis that Daniel can come too. Is that acceptable?
I don't even know what that means. I've never heard that in my life, these ones and twos. Usually that's reserved for the bathroom. I don't.
No.
DJ spinning.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I guess if you have to explain it, it's
fine.
That's fine.
Okay, no email for me.
Yeah, the decorum forum will allow this. I've just received word. I will say back to those videos. First of all, God damn, are they troubling?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll talk in a second as it continues, but I wanted to talk about the makeup of these looks.
Mm-hmm.
The makeup was done by Rebecca Barado, and they had talked about it on commentary, and they had said that Barado actually helped them with a lot of their YouTube content.
Okay.
Cool.
And she did it for free.
That is so cool.
Very nice.
And so whenever they got this, they knew exactly who they wanted for the head of the makeup department, and they were just glad that they were finally able to pay her.
That's
Okay.
fucking awesome.
But I also this Daniel drama,
Yes.
it's not good, guys. And it's like, I mean, just even if it's playful on the part of Mia, I don't think it's good, guys. It's not as troubling as the videos we saw, but it's pretty goddamn troubling, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird because I'm assuming they're like 17.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they were 4. It's not like, oh, he was my play boyfriend when I was 6.
Yeah.
You know, like it is weird.
It's
strange.
pretty recent.
And then as more unravels, it's like, what happened? Like what is going on?
Yeah.
How did this sequence of events go where we're here, where we are right now?
Yeah. And I thinking about it too, this seems, I don't want to say like something small right now, but it is kind of a, like you said, they tease and then, babe, like you said, they tease and whatever.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of moves on. But as the movie gets like, oh no.
This is a thing.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
like you said, it is a lot bigger than, and I'm sorry. Maybe kids are different now. I'm not going to that party.
Well, she said, I want to see if it's real. Which, if they're posting this to a story or a group chat, is the maybe that they're using filters or something?
See, and that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, it's not as if, whoever's doing this needs to have some special effects background.
Yeah.
This
No,
literally
not anymore.
Just pop a filter on someone's face and have them act weird.
Yeah.
And then that's the viral video. So, I mean,
that's true. And
Yeah.
some of these filters are too fucking
yeah. They
convincing.
Yeah. You can look like the fucking president or whatever.
Right.
I mean, you
Yes.
could you could start fucking nuclear war with this shit now.
They're like, let me FaceTime.
Yeah.
Let me FaceTime the president.
My aunt. Yeah.
Why is Joe Biden calling me?
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. President.
I'll sure. I guess at some point it becomes your fault.
Yeah.
You need
Yes.
some accountability there.
But when her phone goes off, Jade asks Mia for just 5 minutes. With Jade literally pushing her out the door, Mia ponders what she's going to do for the next 5 minutes before finally setting on babysitting Riley, who she dubs as the better sibling. Jade shuts the door on her.
I swear, dude.
But Mia sits with Riley at the dining room table, looking at him lovingly as he does his homework. When Riley and Jade's mother, Sue, played by Miranda Otto, comes through the door with groceries and dry cleaning, she sarcastically offers herself help, impersonating Riley. But Riley just continues on his work. I was so surprised to see her.
Yeah.
She's great in everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was funny. I think it was an interview that they did with Collider. It was both of the brothers and a few of the cast members. And they were all like fawning over Miranda Otto. It was because they're like, I can't fucking believe she's sitting right here.
Well, and then when you're talking about, oh, well, that's not a name with certain cast members.
Yeah.
Miranda Otto.
Yes.
Plenty of credits.
Oh, yeah.
Like you could list it with Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
that's why I was like, maybe they were nodding to Lord of the Rings when he was like, he looks elvish.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
I don't
mean,
know.
who the fuck knows?
We talked about her in Annabelle Creation as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
She deserved a bigger part in that, I thought.
Yeah.
But she was great.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the point of what we're trying to
That's the bottom
say.
line. But Mia follows her into the kitchen to offer help, and Sue just apologizes for not being able to make it to the remembrance due to her having to work. She asks Mia how her father is doing, and Mia just falls into Sue's arms in a hug. Sue hugs her back, tightly and motherly, telling her that she can be honest. So Mia does. She tells Sue that her father is so depressing and she hates being around him. She admits that she's a bad person and asks Sue to fix her. Sue pulls back to tell Mia that she's not broken. Mia stifles another sneeze in the crook of her elbow and laments that she's dying. But Sue hands her a tissue and tells her that it's just a cold. She'll get over it.
Do you think that this cold has anything to do with a certain ability of some things to be?
I don't know, because I was really expecting a lot more to come from this cold.
Uh-huh.
And I think this is the last time she sneezes. I think it's just the two.
I didn't know if it kind of spoke to her reaction and her whatever with certain events as compared to everyone else.
Uh-huh.
I think I know why that happened.
Uh-huh.
But maybe like she's weakened. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Because they put it in there twice already.
Yeah. Do you think you're getting cold? Yeah. I'm getting a cold. Like, it's like we've established. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
She's just sick.
Yeah.
She's just sick.
You know what?
She shouldn't be going to a party.
No.
Yeah. And it reminds me of that thing with whenever we were talking about symbolism in written works.
Yeah.
Where they're like, well, the blue door symbolizes the loneliness of the author and the blueness of...
Yeah.
That's
and
me.
then the author's like, I wanted a blue
It's
door.
a blue door. Yeah.
Just wanted a blue door there.
It's a blue door.
So people get sick.
Yeah.
Maybe a sneeze is just a sneeze. Or maybe we're supposed to be like, oh, something's going to come from that.
Yeah, but I thought the same thing. I was like, okay, so that's going to come into play later.
For sure. It's the
Yeah.
twice, you know?
Yeah.
But Sue yells out to Riley to get his shit off the table. And although Riley immediately begins to comply, she tells him again.
He's doing homework.
Yeah.
What
And
the fuck?
as soon as she said it, he started packing up.
Yeah.
And she's like, did you?
It's like, geez, well, he didn't help her. She's probably pissed.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's not reading comic books or anything. It's work.
But that night, as Sue washes her face in her bathroom, Jade pops in and asks if she's going to bed. Sue immediately senses that Jade is about to sneak out because she only asks if Sue is going to bed when she's planning on sneaking out. She asks her daughter if she's going to see Daniel, but Jade says that even if she were, Daniel is super Christian and he doesn't do anything. Sue's like, he still has a dick, Jade. I love Sue.
Yeah.
I think she's fucking hilarious.
She is a very cool character.
Yes.
And very fun.
But Jade repeats that she is not sneaking out, and Sue just rolls her eyes. As Jade leaves the room, Sue just tells her to lock the door on her way out. As soon as she leaves the bathroom, Mia is waiting in the hallway, asking if they're going to sneak out now. Sue calls out goodbye to her as Jade shushes her. And the two immediately walk out the front door, where Riley is already standing on the porch. It's like they didn't even wait for her to go to bed.
Yeah.
That was the thing. Like, there's no...
Well,
She knows.
there comes a point, being a rebellious teenager, and I also went through the same thing. My mom was like, stop leaving out the window. Here's the key, lock the fucking door. What do you mean? Stop leaving out the window. It's like, well, how else am I supposed to sneak out?
What's a window? What are you talking about?
I've never seen
She's
that.
like, just lock the windows. She's like, I'm in here asleep. Go out
Yeah,
the fucking
though.
front door.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
But no. But Riley coolly demands to go with them, or he's telling their mother. When Jade tells Riley that Sue already knows about them sneaking out, he asks if she knows about Jade not picking him up. Jade no longer has a leg to stand on and accepts that Riley is coming with them. As she walks to her car, Mia and Riley follow behind, giddy. Mia takes out her phone to show another video of a boy played by Jude Turner in the same state, eyes dilated to complete blackness and someone holding his head up straight as he stares blankly.
Something I forgot to mention as far as these videos, they were the actual makeup tests for
okay.
That's
All right.
fucking cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty neat.
That's
It's like,
really
just
cool.
Do whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just keep it rolling.
Yeah.
We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
And it works.
It does.
Yeah.
Another interesting thing is, and it's something you don't even think about, but they had to get the rights to use both Snapchat and Apple.
Oh, okay.
And I think that adds some authenticity to this.
Yeah.
Because again, I always go back to CSI.
Friend agenda.
Friend agenda page.
My
It's
friend
like,
agenda
You
page.
can't say MySpace.
No.
You can't say Facebook.
No.
At the time, and we have more now. But if that were to be used here, I think them using Snapchat, it adds that authenticity.
For sure.
I was going to say, would it I don't even think date is the right word, but would it kind of, in a way, date it if it was the app wasn't Snapchat and it wasn't Apple? Like if they used
Like a
Pear
knockoff,
or
yeah.
whatever, you know what I mean? Or you know
It's
what I
gotta
mean?
be that close.
That's
yeah, but
giving,
you know what I mean?
that's giving GTA.
I know. That's where I pulled from.
I think that, I don't know, because a lot of times
It was Rockstar coded.
Yeah.
in films when they go their own way,
Yeah.
it does allow for timelessness in a way.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like we all know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all know what you're doing.
But Jade insists that the video is fake. Mia, though, isn't so convinced. She asks how Haley could even fake this and why. Jade says that they're trying to get everyone to come to their house, and now Mia has fallen for it too. Mia apologizes for ruining Jade's phone date with Daniel, but points out that she's bound to be pregnant soon. Jade doesn't understand how she can get pregnant when Daniel hasn't even kissed her. This stops Mia in her tracks, who points out that they've been dating for 3 months now. Riley even rubs it in, saying that he's even kissed the girl he's talking to. But Jade just makes fun of him for kissing a girl with a horse mouth. Jade's a hater.
Come on.
Jeez, man.
That's my girlfriend.
You don't talk about her like that.
Jade is the first to walk into the party. Haley, played by Zoe Tarakis, greets her, snidely commenting that she's only an hour late. Jade says that she had to wait for her mom to fall asleep, which is not true.
No, not at all.
When Riley walks in, Haley says that Jade is babysitting too. And when Mia finally comes in last, Haley only says, "Fuck me."
Why? Why fuck me though? What?
I just
They're not a fan.
No.
They're not a Mia fan.
I'd like to know why. I do think that like everybody treats Mia as if Mia's not going through something.
Yeah.
Like, and especially on today of all days.
Yeah.
I feel like I'll give everybody else a pass for not knowing, but Jade should have known. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that is true.
If that's your best friend.
Her
Yeah.
mom knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Mia doesn't respond to this. She only closes the door and tries to avoid Haley's stare as she awkwardly tries to mingle with the other guests. She sits on one of the couches and tries to compliment Joss, played by Chris Elozio, on his house, but he just grunts a thank you as he continues to stare at his phone. Mia takes a shot and eventually goes to stand by herself, looking into a fish tank. And water is a recurring situation. From this point on, maybe even before, thinking about her washing the dishes while her dad was trying to talk to her.
Yeah.
That's true.
But Jade goes over to her and asks if she's all right. And Mia admits that she's just being weird, and Jay advises her that she needs to loosen up. They joke, shaking to loosen up, but they're interrupted when Daniel, played by Otis Danji, arrives and walks over to them. Jade envelops him in a big hug, turning her back on Mia as she does, and Mia piles on, greeting Daniel as her ex-boyfriend and lamenting that she's so lonely.
Mia is a little out of pocket here.
She's out of pocket. I like Mia,
Yeah.
but there are things that Mia does that are pretty fucking unforgivable.
So, and in that same breath, I'd like to say that I like Mia. I do now.
Yeah.
I'm just like, God damn it.
Out of pocket, I feel like is extremely fair. But again, on the other side of the coin, she dated Daniel first. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's okay for what she's doing now.
Does it sound like lemon squares?
No.
It's interesting.
My point is, and this is just a personal code. If you dated my friend, you're a cousin now. I'm not looking at you that way. Nothing.
Okay.
So it is weird to me that Mia and Daniel dated, and now Jade is dating him.
Well,
unless maybe they didn't know each other. But
I was gonna say, but we can also assume that Jade and Mia weren't friends,
Could be.
Now that her and Daniel are dating, now Mia wants to be friends with her too.
Could be. This just feels like a very lived-in friendship. And her mom passed 2 years ago, and she dated Daniel 3 years ago.
Okay, then
It feels like Jade has been there for all of that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And let's say that they did know each other. We become friends and, oh my God, you dated my boyfriend when we were 14. That's weird. That's funny. You don't need to bring it up every time he comes around. You don't need to bring it up every time we're on the phone. That never happened. Like, let's just throw that in the trash.
From both sides, it's very awkward.
It's weird.
It is.
I want more about this dynamic because it's weird and it only gets weirder. And as much as I like Mia and want her to win, bitch, it is some Lemon Square bullshit. It is. Well, you know,
all right.
I got thoughts and opinions. This dynamic is very strange to me.
It is.
The way that it seemed as far as them dating when they were 14, it seemed like it was very nothing.
Very innocent.
Very innocent,
Yeah.
just like you call somebody your...
Yeah, that's why
That's what it seemed. And then it seems like this thing with Jade and Daniel is legitimate. This is their relationship.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it was, I don't know, the way that it goes on, though, it doesn't seem that way.
No,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And if it's just we're kids and we're play boyfriend and girlfriend, why you got to bring it up? Why you got to bring it up every 5 minutes?
Because
it's weird.
Because
It
it
is.
obviously meant more.
Yeah.
But I'm getting ahead of myself.
No,
I'm
I
getting ahead
got
of
you.
myself.
I got you.
But Mia's still hanging from her back. Jade apologizes for making Daniel come out, but he says that he wanted to leave the house for a little while. Haley walks by, inviting Jade to come get a drink with them, and Jade whines as she follows. This leaves Mia and Daniel alone, and Daniel warmly asks her how she's doing before they join Riley on the couch. Daniel points out that this is Riley's first big boy party, and when Riley says that he doesn't know anyone here, Daniel assures him that he'll know everyone by the end of the night. Meanwhile, Haley asks Jade why she had to bring Mia here. Jade insists that Mia is fine, but Haley says that Mia is not fine. She irritates them. When Jade points out that Mia has done nothing to Haley, Haley says that Mia is so clingy that it's depressing, and now she's flirting with Daniel. This brings Jade's attention to the couch where her best friend, her boyfriend, and her brother sit. She turns back to Haley and tells them that they're just friends. But Haley snidely tells Jade to just keep telling herself that before patting her on the cheek.
Haley is very blunt about how they feel about Mia.
Yes.
But what they're saying...
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I also I picked up on this the second time I watched it, but do you sense something between Jade and Haley?
I did this time.
Right?
Maybe, you know what
I don't know
mean?
if it's one-sided. I don't know if it's something that happened in the past, but I feel like there's more. There's something.
Well, to me, it almost kind of felt like I invited you, or you know you're cool to come.
Yes.
Right.
Why did you bring the rest of them, though?
There's just and there's a scene with them later where I'm like, like I don't know, something. It's something.
Well, Haley definitely wanted Jade there and was pretty pissed to see everyone else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Literally everyone else.
Yes. And then something Jade says later, but we'll get there. And I was like, what's going on? Like, I need y'all to write me an essay on how you know everybody.
And how you feel about each other.
But Haley jumps into the party announcing that it's time to do this. Jade joins Mia on the couch, bringing her a drink as Joss sets up a chair in the middle of the couches. He turns to Riley, saying that it would be cool to hook a kid up. But Jade puts the kibosh on this immediately, telling Joss a hard no and reiterating when he tries to push the subject. He finally gives in, saying that it's more for him then, as he tosses a bag over to Haley.
So Haley's being a dick. This dude's trying to put the kid first. Great friends. Why are we here? Who invited us?
Seriously.
You see a youngster, your first thing is let's see what happens to the child.
And Joss, you know what this does.
Yeah.
You know more than anyone what this is.
You brought it.
Yeah.
Come on, man. The two bicker over who gets to go first. Joss pulling rank that it's his house, and Haley reminding him that it's their hand, and Joss always gets to go first. When Joss reminds Haley that Duckett gave the hand to him, Haley just calls him a hog. Again, something I completely missed the first time that I watched this.
Well, it's going around in the background.
Yeah.
And again, it's very important.
Yes. Mia is watching all of this with a small smile, but is distracted when she sees Jade's hand resting gently on Daniel's. As she's watching them, Haley calls out for volunteers and Mia immediately raises her hand. Haley looks at Mia, a little amused, before looking up at Joss. Joss looks shocked, asking repeatedly and playfully if Mia really wants to. She laughs, saying that she does, and the crowd cheers as she gets up and plops down into Joss's chair. Haley tosses Joss a belt, and he ties it around Mia's waist, confining her to the chair. Mia jokes that it's kinky, but Riley doesn't understand exactly what game they're playing. Jade assures him that it's literally nothing and that Haley just has everyone tricked. Ignoring this, Haley addresses the crowd. They instruct someone to time it because as soon as Mia lets it in, it can't go for more than 90 seconds. They ask the crowd if they're clear on this, but Mia wants to know what happens if it does go more than 90 seconds. Haley looks at Mia with a smirk and says simply, they'll want to stay.
Isn't that enough to kind of say, anyone else want to go first?
Yeah, you know what? Let me see how it's done, and then maybe I'll go after.
Once I know it's not a Snapchat filter, I'll...
Behind Mia, still working the restraints, Joss says creepily in her ear that if you die while they're in you, they own you forever. He and Mia both laugh, and he admits that this is just what he's been told. When she winces as he cinches the restraint tighter, he promises her that it needs to be this way. Haley sets a candle on the table in front of them and lights it with a match. They say you light a candle to open the door and you blow it out to close it. From the bag, Joss pulls something wrapped in a shirt, and when he removes it from the cloth, he sets it on the table directly in front of Mia. It's a white ceramic hand, littered with scattered random writing and twisted into an open handshake position.
They had said on commentary, Zoe Terakis, their audition was basically this.
Okay.
And they were so blown away by their performance that they literally made sure that the schedule was open to allow for them to be in this film.
Okay.
They, I think, moved some things around schedule-wise
I love that.
to make sure.
Yeah.
They said, we literally cannot make this film without them.
And I agree.
Yeah.
That is one thing that I will say is everyone is perfectly cast. And again, these characters feel so genuine and lived in. Like, I completely believe Haley and Joss's friendship and their comfortability with each other.
Yeah.
And it's just, it feels very authentic.
And I think that the way that they unveil the lore,
right,
both of them, it's so like perfect because it feels like mix of urban legend bullshit and actual cautionary tale.
Yeah, this is what I found very interesting because the brothers had said that they know all of the lore. They said they have a huge Bible of the lore, of the backgrounds of all these people that we see later on. They know truly what the ritual is, what it means, what it comes from, everything. This shit has been passed down and these kids are trying to figure it out and listen to what they've been told. Just because what they believe to be the rules are the rules does not mean that those are the rules. And so I found that very interesting because how the fuck would they know?
Yeah.
So they're just kind of talking out of their ass and being like, well, this is what I was told and it seems to work. So 90 seconds.
It's hearsay.
Yeah, you blow the candle out.
Yeah.
You know, it's I love that it's not like, oh, you say Candyman in the mirror. It's well, I don't know. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
Like it just feels real. Like, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, 90 seconds is so arbitrary.
Yes. But it is like a rule. It is a hard rule.
Yeah.
That they break a lot, but
well, we'll get to that.
And that leads to certain things.
Yeah. So the rules are there for a reason.
So about this hand,
yes,
the design of it is so fascinating. Just to look at it and to see all the writing and see it in different languages and see the names and different pleadings and different phrases.
Right.
They say that there is so much built into this hand as far as explaining it, but again, this is the thing that on the surface level, it's like it just seems like a very cool and creepy artifact.
Yeah.
But I want to know more as far as what is on it, who wrote this stuff, why aren't we writing anything on it?
Right.
If that's part of it, if
well,
it's
pretty
like,
full.
well, yeah, true. But I mean, you find room in a yearbook.
Right.
But I don't know. The thing that really intrigued me, first of all, was that they had said that whenever they got the design of the hand finalized, building the hand and constructing it, it arrived on set, finished the day they shot this scene. Which is wild.
Yeah.
I'd be like, this is a sign.
Yeah. And it just speaks to, I mean, they had said that whenever they first started shooting the film, they had 8 weeks to shoot it, then it went to 7, then to 6, then to 5.
My God.
5 weeks to shoot this film. And so all of these things coming together at the time that they did, it's like the last minute. We need it here. We need it now. And oddly, they had said that the guy who built this hand, the day after it was finished and he gave it to them, he quit.
I don't like that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's just some
I don't like that at all.
I don't know if that's true or if it's just something
It's
to
part
make
of the
it.
lore.
Yeah. To where we're afraid of this hand for real. And he was never heard from again. I don't know. I do not know.
It was probably his confidence. He's like, "This, no, here you go."
Yeah.
I was like,
You
whatever.
won't need
You're not gonna need me again.
any other adjustments. You're welcome.
Honestly, when we watched it the first time, I didn't really know how to feel about the whole hand thing because all I could really think of was like monkey paw. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Monkey's paw.
Yeah.
And I was like, eh. But watching it again is like, you know what? This does fit for what's going on in the movie. And I watched an interview they did on Nerdist and finding out that the production designer, Bethany Ryan, it's her hand is the mold.
That's so cool.
For that, I was like, man, so everybody was like, no, we talk about these with smaller movies and all that about how it's all hands on deck and everybody's helping to do everything.
All
No
hands
pun.
on deck. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
But you know what I mean? So that is watching a lot of these interviews, it was cool to see them talking about it and how they did it. I watched the YouTube short with Zoe Tarakis and Alexandra Jensen, and they were talking about how some of them got to keep a prop, the hand. And Zoe was like, oh, I didn't get one. They were like, everybody got one but me. It's like, what? Oh, they'll sell them and then I'll just buy one.
And
I was like, that's
and they did sell
Yeah.
them. But I want to say they made 6 of them for real.
yeah.
And I don't know. Especially after dude quit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd keep it, but it would be on a shelf and we wouldn't be playing with it.
No.
Dude, you would get there would be a night that you're like, huh?
Well, let's just try it once.
I got these candles right here.
Just 20 seconds. I don't think it's been mentioned before we move on that it wasn't even a hand until the second draft.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He said when he wrote it, he kind of just had it as like a board, like a Ouija board. And it was when he wrote the second draft that he reflected on the story that you told about his sister and about this kind of symbolism of connection and, reaching out kind of. And it's just perfect.
I think that gives it its originality.
Yeah.
If it
Definitely.
was just a Ouija board, I would kind of be bored by it.
Yeah.
Nah, bored. I'd be Ouija bored.
That was an accident, man.
That was good.
I'm just so filled with puns, I can't.
But ominous music booms as we get a close-up shot of the hand. Haley sits on the floor closer to Mia as the people on the couches pull out their phones, of course, to record. Haley instructs Mia to put her own hand on the hand, and when she places it on top, Haley corrects her, having her slip her own hand in like she's shaking the ceramic one. With a grin, Haley tells Mia to say the words, "Talk to me." Lackluster and still facing Haley, Mia does, but when she turns back around, there is an old man sitting in front of her. Eerie Man, played by Robert Northover, is wearing a suit. His hair is mussed and his blue eyes are wide and wild.
At that point, that's it, right?
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
I know for a fact this is real.
No, yeah.
We're fucking around with things that we don't need to be fucking around with.
I wouldn't care. Say what you want. Call me whatever names. I seen what I needed to see.
Yeah.
I don't need to be here. I'm gonna go and do cocaine or something or whatever.
Anything
Well,
but-
anything but this. Anything that's happening here.
Somehow,
Those are the two options.
somehow safer than this hand.
Oh, most definitely.
I did want to talk about Robert Northover. They had talked about it on commentary and this is just when it comes to particulars and a director's eye, where we are settled on this person playing this role.
Yeah.
Robert Northover, I think he had to fly in, and because COVID was on the rise at the time of filming, he had to quarantine for 3 days, and then he came on set to film for 15 minutes, and then he had to go and quarantine again for 3 days before he could go back home.
Jeez.
And so it's a week commitment for 15 minutes and maybe 4 seconds of screen time, if that.
Yeah.
And so it's just remarkable.
Yeah.
And the dedication of these directors to say, no, this is who's playing him.
Yeah.
And for the actor to say, no, I'm playing this role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just kind of blown away by that.
Hell yeah. But again, they're committed.
Yeah.
And it's so jarring. And what I really love about it, even like extra now that I'm thinking about it, is, and I don't think it's a spoiler to say that we're going to see some freaky shit.
Yeah.
He is not scary.
No.
His presence is scary.
Mm-hmm.
He does not look menacing. He looks afraid. So, I mean, it's almost like, it's not like you turn around and something's like, you know what I mean? And then you're like, why would you continue?
Yeah.
Like, it is jarring because he's there. Like, his presence is scary, but he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is even more intriguing to where it's like, this doesn't necessarily feel dangerous. He's not trying to hurt me. You know, it's like the perfect appetizer spirit to be like, no, it's fine. Like,
Yeah.
it's a gateway spirit.
It's
You know?
yeah, honestly. And the effect of the crowd laughing
Yeah.
Yes.
and egging you on.
Yes.
Right.
Telling you to continue.
Well, and even just Mia right here, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Because Mia gasps and throws herself back in her chair. She shakes with fear, but Haley, Joss, and the rest of the group laugh loudly. Mia demands to know who that was, but Haley tells her that they don't know. It's different every time. They tell Mia that she didn't even do it right. She's supposed to say, I let you in. Jade is rolling her eyes on the couch, still not believing any of it, even going so far as to tell a clearly terrified Mia to shut up.
Again, what is going on with best friends, man?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We got to look into this because it seems like a real problem in films where
Yeah.
you guys are just not actually friends but pretending to be or something.
Is this the way y'all are friends in Hollywood? Like, our like movie industry? Because that's fucking
weird.
wild.
No.
I would be, it's seeing my friend like that.
Yeah.
I get, there's always the, oh my God, it's got me now. I'm just playing.
Yeah.
But she is so genuinely fucking startled.
Yeah.
This is maybe a wild concept. I care about my friends.
Yeah.
Now you're talking crazy.
But even with Fright Night where they're
I
like,
know.
fuck off. It's
Yeah.
like, oh my God.
Why are y'all hanging out?
Why are
Yeah.
we even, what is this?
But Mia swears that someone was just there, sitting right in front of her. The group quiets down and Jade begins to look a bit uncomfortable. Mia says that she'll prove it. Haley cheers this on and Mia looks down at the foreboding hand outstretched toward her. With Haley leading, the room, with the exception of Jade, begins to chant, "Do it, do it." Mia is excited by the energy, squealing and laughing before finally working up the nerve to slip her hand in again. And this is so, watching her kind of like glide through these emotions of being so scared, and everybody's like, nobody wanted to talk to her when she got here.
Mm-hmm.
She even tried to talk to Joss. Oh, this is a really great place. He's like, yeah, whatever. Nobody wanted to talk to her. Now she's here with her friend. Her friend's boyfriend's here. She's holding his hand on the couch. We're not even sitting next to each other anymore. Going from that to this entire room being like, Mia, yeah, go.
Yeah.
It's so like, you get it. Like it's sad, but it's such a authentic and realistic portrayal of peer pressure
Yeah.
without being like, oh, you're a pussy, just do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
If you're one of us, you'll take the hand.
yeah, it's so much more effective because it's like, I get it. Being a teenager, that's going to fucking juice you up, dude. I mean, even as an adult, but being that young and impressionable and as lonely as Mia is,
You want to fit in.
yeah, like I fucking get it. I feel like there are so many movies where it's like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, why would you even play with that? Why would you do that? But this is, I feel like, really special in a way where it's like, I fucking get it, dude. I get why you fucking put your hand back in that hand. Like, I understand.
I think there is a special kind of odd courage that comes with feeling like you're part of the group.
Yeah.
Where you see, everyone literally, if blank jumped off a bridge, would you? It's like, well, would
Is
they
blank
like
cool?
me if I did? Would they love me if I jumped? And you're 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
You don't have that you don't feel that ability all the time to say, you know what, this is too much for me.
I just
that bridge is really high. I just saw a ghost. at the bottom of the bridge. I'm putting these together.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
The metaphor is kind of slipping away a little.
It's falling apart. It's crumbled. But I think that obviously now we're looking at it and we're like, oh, well, fucking of course you would say, but if you're as lonely as Mia is, if you are feeling like nobody likes you here,
right?
The second you do this, everybody's cheering you on, literally.
And she was so intrigued even by the videos of just wanting to know that it's real.
Yeah.
And not only is it real, but everybody is cheering you on to experience it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So let's take the next step.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, there's a lot of things. I don't think me being like, I'm going to invite the spirit into me is one of them. I mean, I get it. And I do understand the peer pressure. But for me, it's very hard to sit here and be like, I'm going to let this unknown spirit possess me for funsies.
Yeah. No,
you come in however you want to enter me. But I mean, or possess me however you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm strapped to the chair. I'm just saying.
It is for
that commentary seems unnecessary.
It's for funsies for sure, but I think it also speaks to the desensitization. Because I've seen Haley do this, and Haley's sitting right there cheering me on and telling me how to do it. I've seen Joss do it. He's telling me that I need to be strapped in.
But then there's a lot of times again where you feel that. Oh shit! Hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
Only after you leave the group and you're like, oh,
did I really just?
Did I really?
Yeah,
what the hell?
Yeah.
And again, as 30,
you get swept up.
32, 39, and 34. No.
Yeah.
16, 17.
Maybe.
I don't know.
What's my mood?
I'll watch you do it first. I'll judge off that.
Granted, I was a goody two shoes. I never would have. I was never even invited to these parties.
Oh man,
so I wouldn't have gone at all. I'd just be at home asleep, probably watching Sunny in Philadelphia,
watching the Snapchat stories.
Like, what are they doing?
Why did they invite me to this demon party? I'm just crying.
Shit, I'd be too scared hearing all about the Lechusa and all kinds of shit growing up. I'm like, nah,
we're not fucking with any of that.
We're good. And honestly, no fucking way we would have done this anyway. I'm just.
But no, but
I get it, but.
The way that it's presented, it is understandable to me.
Yeah, no.
Why she is doing it, and it's really just the way that she is feeling internally and the external factors in the room. It is the perfect storm.
It is
for her to get fucking swept up into doing this.
It is, and I think I'm just speaking more from fright.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Understandably.
Like, no, you go. Take my turn. Like that.
But when Mia slips her hand in, the room goes quiet. Sweat beginning to bead on her forehead, Mia says the words, "Talk to me." She looks up and sees a woman, wet, slimy, and bloated. Ullman, played by Frances Cassar, looks around the room, one of her eyes bulging as she gasps for air. Now I'd be out.
Yeah.
Like, this one's scarier.
Curiosity, or the cat got my curiosity, whatever. I'm out. I'm out. Mia looks away horrified. She tells Haley that she can't look at her, but Haley tells her that she doesn't have to. She only needs to say it. "I let you in." Squeezing her eyes shut, Mia says it. She sucks in air as her head immediately flops back onto the chair. I saw in the featurette them filming, like having the camera pointing down at her face. Mm-hmm. Like the way that it was shot just looked really interesting. So when I watched this for a third time, I was like looking all around the frame, and there's clearly a boom mic in the corner when she throws her head back. But you don't, when you're watching it, you're so engrossed in her face. I was only looking around because I had seen that featurette, and I was like, that's funny. Because it's clearly in like the bottom right corner.
I love the motion of the camera in these sequences.
Yes.
Yeah. The way that it kind of, and it continues going on where it kind of twists and turns.
Yeah.
You got these snap angles. Mm-hmm. It's very, very fascinating camera work.
Yeah.
But the voices around Mia are muffled as she lets out a slow sigh, and Joss and Haley make sure that a timer is running. We see Mia's face, her eyes a complete and dilated black, just like the people she watched in the video. Joss snaps in front of her face, bringing her attention back into the room. Mia caresses her own face and everyone laughs, with the exception of Jade. We pan around the room, getting their blurry and excited reactions as another voice cackles a laugh out of Mia's mouth. The maniacal laughter is suddenly cut short with the sound of gurgling within Mia. And when her laughter stops, so does everyone else's. In a rough and gravelly voice, Mia points to a corner where no one stands and announces, "There he is." She turns her head and looks sweetly at Riley with her impossibly black eyes and tells him gently, "They like you."
All right.
Yeah.
This is too much.
I haven't even taken a turn. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. We don't need a turn. We don't need a turn.
Was that cool cat in the corner?
Yeah.
There he is. Riley stares back at her and Daniel asks, "What?" His interruption provokes a loud bark from Mia in his direction. And when Joss points out that Daniel's not the one they like, the crowd laughs again. Mia's head snaps back once more, and there is now darkness and like bruising around her eyes and mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not something that we really saw in the Snapchat videos.
Yeah.
We just saw the eye dilation.
Yeah.
Right.
But seeing this bruising, it's like, oh shit, what does this do?
Yeah.
We are really messing. And again, you can't really. You're letting a spirit inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some complications.
It's like, hey, not the face. But there is more gurgling and the sound of splashing water from inside of her. Mia groans as the door to the room slowly creaks open. Everyone's attention turns to the door, and when it slams back shut, the tension is broken and everyone laughs and cheers.
The way that the door opens and the camera kind of twists a bit,
Yeah.
it gave me, and this very slight Evil Dead vibes, more Insidious.
Okay.
To where this like spirit world around us that we don't even see is operating within our realm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I did think it was very interesting. They said on commentary that they initially animated certain parts of this with visual effects where Mia's hair is floating as if it's in the water.
Oh, okay.
And then they realized, because I know you're talking about all the gurgling, this drowned woman, but they took it out because they said they thought it might be too much in this moment. And
It might have been.
I think I do agree. Yeah.
And I'll be honest, the gurgling and the splashing and all the water sounds, I was so engrossed the first time I saw this, I did not even like connect.
No.
That I didn't at all. And so watching this the second time, I was like, "Oh, you idiot." But Mia looks back forward, her black eyes even larger, and warns Riley that he's right behind him now. Riley, no longer smiling or having a good time, glances over his shoulder. Mia tells him, "He'll split ya, pretty boy." She repeats this, yelling this time, and Haley announces that it's been 83 seconds and tells Joss to get the hand off her. Mia is repeating the threat again and again to Riley, and when Joss tries to pull the hand away from her, she won't let go. Joss's grip slips and he falls to the ground, pulling Mia to lean sideways over the arm of the chair. Her head tilted, she locks eyes with Riley and repeats to him over and over again in mounting intensity, "Run, run, run." Riley shakes as he stares back at her, and his eyes fill with tears as the lights in the room go out. Bulbs begin to strobe as the room freaks out, and Haley's cool is finally broken as they jump in to help Joss pull the hand away. Mia just continues to laugh and scream, "Run," until they are finally able to wrestle the hand away and they fall backwards. The lights immediately come back on. Haley rushes over to Mia asking if she's okay, admitting that they went a little bit over. Mia raises her head, gasping for breath, and she's back to her regular self. She laughs that was amazing, and the room cheers. Haley jumps to their feet, proclaiming that was the best one yet. Riley sits quietly on the couch, Daniel placing a comforting hand on his shoulder.
Daniel's like, I guess I'm the only one that remembers the graphic threat that was
on this child.
Yeah, because everybody's just laughing and shit.
I'm sure you'll be okay.
Yeah, Riley, are you okay, dude?
Yeah, the drowned lady's gone. It's fine. I promise.
The only time I want everyone to cheer and this be okay is if we're on a ride at Universal Studios. Now, if I go to a party and this shit happens, I'm not cheering.
No.
I'm scared.
Can I ask if you got a kickback from Universal Studios? Because that was too specific.
Well,
JP!
You gotta share, man.
But you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like if we're somewhere and it's like, oh shit, dude, that was the best ride, or that haunted house was. If this shit is happening in everyday life on the weekend when we're just hanging out with friends, I don't. This will be the last time I hang out until you guys get rid of the hand.
But again, they're all so desensitized.
I know, but that's just so scary.
Yeah.
It's like when you're watching a horror movie and you're like feeling the suspense, and then the jump scare happens and you kind of laugh because it's a release. That was the door. They were scared, and then the door slammed, and it's like, oh, it's over. Like, phew. Like, it's just it's like they're in the back seat. They're not really experiencing this.
I think what I don't understand is like the door, of course.
Yeah.
It's scary. But it only got scarier from there. It's not as if the door stopped and then they're like, all right, 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can stop shaking that hand.
Yeah.
No, there was more. There was threats. There were
very specific threats.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, dude. And you can't tell me that all these people have seen this hand business before. There's got to be some other people in the crowd that are like, okay, this is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen.
And Zoe saying that was the best one yet means that that's not typically how this goes down.
Yeah.
Usually your eyes just go black and you dance a bit.
Yeah.
This,
you do the Harlem Shake.
And that was not 90 seconds. It was
a little over.
A lot.
That was 2 minutes, 21.94 seconds. I hate to be that guy. But I was watching and I'm like, this is way longer than a minute and a half.
And it was.
I was like, this is way too long. So I was like, you know what? I was like, I don't want to do it.
Zoe said we went a bit over.
Like,
Zoe. Haley.
Yeah. Like, what's the character's name?
I'm saying Zoe because I wanted to say that Zoe Tarakis said that this was the first scene that they filmed.
Okay.
And so seeing Sophie Wilde do this with no self-consciousness, no shyness, just like going for it. And they said they had her do like 10 takes of this shit. They said it inspired them to just fucking go for it.
Yeah.
To not hold back. Like, if she can do that, I can do that.
Yeah.
And so I just thought that was really cool, the way that they were all able to play off of each other. Mm-hmm. And it really seemed like Sophie Wilde kind of set that, I don't know, culture of just fucking go for it.
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, because that was incredible.
Yeah. They also talked about how hot it was that they filmed this during the summer, and they're all like wearing sweaters and stuff. And so I cannot imagine how hard that was for her to be doing this, because she's wearing a sweater in the scene.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm so sorry. But she does like this. It's so scary. Mm-hmm. And the fact that we know her, we don't know the people that were on the phone.
Yeah.
We know Mia. And I mean, it was like, I was entranced.
I will say they had mentioned on commentary that every single department head had like the power to veto something or to push forward something if they thought that it was important creatively.
That is very cool.
I thought so too. And they had said that the costume designer was very adamant about Mia wearing this yellow sweater.
Yeah.
And it is striking and it is interesting to see, especially, I guess, learning that it's like whatever degrees.
Yeah.
But they had said on commentary, again, with the things that are like lack of explanation, is they're like, and you'll notice a lot of yellow and blue in this film. We won't say why.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I'd love to know.
I would love to know why.
And now it makes me want to go back and see when we see these yellows and blues.
I did notice that too, and I watched a video where they kind of where they were talking about that as well. They said they did the 60-30-10. So 60 is the main color, 30 is the complementary color, and the 10 is the highlight. So that's why they said there's a lot of blues and yellows. And they were like, it was very interesting to watch. I'll have to send that to you. But I was like, they were explaining how they did it, and it's not every single one that they do it. But
I think the thing that gets me is like colors can mean so many things with like color theory as far as films go.
Yeah.
Like I think that's what fascinates me the most. I just don't know, because when you see the color yellow, you associate it with brighter things, and Mia's fucking going through it.
Yeah,
she is. But in the context of this film, I hear blue and I think water.
That is fair.
Okay,
but I mean, who the fuck knows? And they're not telling us.
No.
But back at Riley and Jade's house, Mia is set up on the couch, but she's awake, looking at axolotls in the fish tank. Those things are so cute.
Their little hands?
Yes. Yeah. Hands.
Oh.
All right.
But Riley tiptoes out of his room, holding his blanket and pillow as a storm rages outside, and he goes down the hall to Jade's room. He pushes the door open, and her light is on. Jade is lying in bed, texting on her phone with Cookie next to her. She immediately tells Riley that he's not sleeping in there with her. Riley tells her that he didn't even ask to and lies, saying that he's just bored. He's holding a blanket and a pillow.
Yeah.
Riley is so... I just want to protect him. Like, from when we meet him, he is just so sweet and like childlike. I mean, he is a child, but you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think my thing again.
Why are you being so mean to him?
That's the thing with the sibling relationship. Even in moments like this, Jade, you gotta admit that was fucking wild.
What did we see tonight?
tonight.
I wasn't just a witness. Like, that spirit was targeted.
Yeah,
I was
dude.
targeted.
Yeah.
You heard what was going on. He likes me.
Yeah.
I'm
woo.
supposed to run. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo.
I'm supposed to run. But Jade tells her brother that he's not 9 anymore. And when he stands lingering in the doorway, she rudely tells him good night. He repays her by leaving without shutting the door and ignoring her when she yells at him too. We follow him down the hall and hear her finally slam her door closed. He arrives in the living room where Mia turns to him casually and comments, "What a bitch." Riley asks if he can hang out with her, and Mia reminds him that it's his house.
I'm sorry, man. After everything I saw tonight, I'm not hanging out with Reagan. I'm going. I'll
Probably
sleep.
the last person.
Yeah, I'll sleep in the rain if I have to. I'll revert back to being 4 years old and being like, Mom, can I? I'll sleep on the floor. I will sleep on the floor. I saw the scariest thing I've ever seen in my goddamn 14 years.
Yeah. But they lie down next to each other on the pull-out couch, and Mia asks him if the hand scared him. He admits that it did a little bit, and when she jokingly asks if he's going to have nightmares, he tells her that he doesn't get them. Mia's smile drops, and she looks over at Riley, telling him earnestly that she does. He asks about them, and she tells him about a recurring one that she has. She looks in a mirror, and her reflection is gone, like she doesn't exist.
Interesting.
Yeah. Riley asks what the hand felt like, and Mia sighs, leaning back on her pillow. She tells him that it felt amazing, like she was glowing. She could hear, see, and feel everything, but from the passenger seat. She sums it up plainly. It felt incredible. A couple things here, because I kind of felt like Mia didn't know what happened because she was possessed. But the fact that she saw that this spirit targeted Riley, said some very upsetting things, made some threats, and she's just like, did it scare you? It's like, dude, yeah. I just feel like I'd be more like, are you okay? Like, that was crazy. I mean, I don't know. She's just very like cavalier for somebody who knows what happened.
Well, because she's like, because that was great for me.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
No, I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
It's wild, right?
It was just very interesting to me that she was present. Like, she was not in control, but she was there.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of where I kind of made the connection of, the hand is drugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
The hand is drugs, and it does alter your behavior.
Yeah.
It does make you feel certain ways. It does. And as we'll see, kind of take on, even though it's in Mia's mind, the right intentions, kind of a selfish
for sure
attitude.
And it is, something dangerous and self-destructive that you're inviting into your body, and maybe it gets to a point where you don't see it as that anymore. I think that the allegory is there for sure. I didn't really pick up on it until the second time that I watched it, but then you see all these people like dissecting it, and the symbolism is there, like using the belt to tie you down to the chair, and
wow.
I mean, it's very there, and the fact that she kind of felt euphoric in using it, when from the outside it's like, oh my God, that's not good.
Yeah.
Whatever's happening to her is not okay. But her experience of it was euphoric, and it felt incredible, and I kind of can't wait to do it again. Like, it's there. It's there.
I think my problem is that you just told me you know what's going on.
Yeah.
So every time this happens, you know what's happening.
When it's happening to you.
Right.
Yeah. When it's not happening to you is, I think, an issue that we're going to get into.
That is true. And again, to that point, it is for Mia this answer to this pain.
Yeah.
This distraction and a feeling of a solution.
Mm-hmm.
So it really does fall into that.
Well, and even the whole reason that they went to that party, it was escapism. She even said that. I just don't want to think about it.
Yeah, and
I want to go and check this out.
This peer pressure, this feeling of belonging.
Yeah. It's really well done, I think. But abruptly, Riley asks how her mom died, and Mia tells him that he already knows. Riley says that he only knows a little, though. Mia says that her mother took too many sleeping pills on accident while her dad was asleep on the couch. That already sounded odd to me.
Yeah.
In the morning, her dad couldn't open the door because her mom was in front of it on the other side. She says that there were scratches on the door and wood under her mother's nails from her trying to get out and not being able to. Horrific. Riley says that Jade told him that she got depressed afterward, and with the tear rolling down her cheek, Mia says that she was just feeling alone. Riley tells her that she'll never be alone, though, because she has him and his sister. As thunder cracks outside, Mia tells him that it's okay because she doesn't feel alone anymore. As the storm continues, they both look up at the ceiling.
Why'd you say all that, dude?
That's, I think...
It's so abrupt.
Yeah.
That kind of bothered me as far as the exposition being a little clunky.
Yeah.
Because this question comes so out of the blue.
Yeah.
Very.
It's not as if, because she talked about this with Jade and Sue.
Yeah.
Not even within, like, the way they were talking in the kitchen. I don't think that Riley could have heard it and been like, oh, what is going on? What, I want to talk about this later. And the fact that they knew Mia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
at the time.
Even if Mia was just like, it was good to feel that way after today or something like that.
Right.
Tie it back because it really comes out of nowhere. She's like, it felt great. How'd your mom die? It's like, wait, what?
And I know you can excuse it as like kids or whatever, but he's older.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
he's too old for
To
that.
have that.
Yeah, no.
And I mean, I do understand at the end when he's like, well, you have us.
Yeah.
And she's like, but I don't feel alone now. It's like, hold on, but I said us. So
Well, you're talking about us, right?
You do mean us, right? 'Cause it's like, I don't want to sleep here.
Yeah. I'll sleep outside.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
But later, when Riley has fallen asleep watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on his phone, Mia takes it out of his sleeping hand and plucks up his earbuds. She lovingly touches his hair before pulling her hand out of sight. But the one that slowly lowers itself to Riley's face is mottled and discolored.
So, I mean, that's it, folks.
Yeah.
That it's still holding on.
You done goofed.
Mm-hmm.
So was the hand crispy or was it like underwater, swollen? It's hard to see. It was pretty dark.
It's dark in there. It's dark in there. I don't know.
Because I don't know. Is this a spirit that we've seen already, or is this something new now?
See, that's a good question.
It's a really good question.
I took it as one that we've seen, but then the things that we see later, it does open up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know?
I thought it was interesting too because they talked a lot about the spirits that we see and the spirits that we don't see. And it was very important to them that we only see this like other side through Mia's point of view.
Okay.
So we do not see what other people are experiencing. We only see the ones that are visible to Mia. Which I thought was very interesting.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Because when you see other people do it, we don't see them. We don't see what they're seeing. We only see the ones that Mia can see because she is our protagonist.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting.
It is, and I think I was very interested in what is it about Duckett and Mia.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you guys might have been onto something about her not feeling well.
Yeah.
I think... And we'll kind of like let the record show later on. I think Duckett was doing it too much.
Okay.
I think that was what happened with Duckett. I think that maybe you guys were right about maybe she's a little compromised or a little bit weaker emotionally and physically if she's not feeling well.
And with what they said about Duckett.
And she went over.
Okay.
She did go over.
Yeah.
That is true too.
So, I mean, but just the fact that her experience was so intense, you know, maybe that's why. I don't know. Again, you've not explained that.
Hey, isn't that kind of like, isn't it a little similar with that movie Flatliners?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
I just know the premise of it, where they basically like get a high off of flatlining and then being brought back. And then I think they start seeing shit and whatnot.
Well, yeah, you're not really supposed to. That's not a. No, I'm in Australia. No, I'm in America.
I think I know what you're talking about.
You're not supposed to do that.
No, well, of course it's bad for you, dude. Of course it is. Nobody said. Oh, no, I heard that's real.
I would advise against doing that.
It's real good for your skin to die and then come back to No, but yeah, you remember.
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
Don't do that.
No,
Bob
no, no.
Martin PSA.
No.
But at school the next day, Jade and Mia approach Haley, who is sitting on the trunk of their car and smoking a cigarette. Jade asks if they're free tonight, and when Haley assumes that Jade wants a turn, she tells them it's actually Daniel that does, and that surprised me a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Haley asks what's in it for them, Jade just offers her company, which, again, I don't know the way that they talk and interact with each other. It's just a little bit off to me. I don't know.
Well, that is a flirty thing to say.
It
Yeah,
is.
that's what I was going to say. Maybe a little flirtatious.
It is.
Yeah.
But not in a like happy flirtatious way, but like I know that you like me. So I don't know. Something is weird. And it's weird on Jade's part to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Flirting. I don't.
No, I'm in Australia. I don't know. But Haley says that they can't go to Joss's house because it got trashed last night and he's pissed. So Jade offers that they all come to hers. Haley has a party at 11, and when Jade says that her mom leaves at 9, Haley tells her that they'll see them at 10 then. The meeting in place, they tell Jade and Mia to jog on, and they do, giggling and squealing as they go to give Daniel the good news. He's like, yeah! Later, when Sue opens the door to Daniel asking if Jade is home, she slams it in his face without another word. She goes into Jade's room where she's painting Mia's nails and demands to know why Daniel is at the door. She tells her that she better not be having a party. Jade asks Sue to just let Daniel in and that two friends isn't a party. Sue leaves without another word to her daughter and returns to the front door. She yanks it open and asks Daniel what time everyone's supposed to get here. Daniel feigns ignorance, but Sue tells him not to bullshit her. She asks if he's got alcohol in his car, but Daniel maintains that he doesn't drink, so no. Sue relents, telling him that he's good before going back into the house. She stops in Riley's room where he sits on the bed with James and Cookie. She asks him what time the party is tonight and that it's okay for them to tell her because Jade already did.
That's great.
This is so fucking funny. They go back and forth, Sue assuring her son that it's okay to spill the beans and Riley repeating that there is no party. Sue finally gives up, telling Riley that if he drinks tonight, she will punch him in the face. When she turns her attention to James, he says that if there is a party, he's definitely drinking at it.
She's not dumb.
She's not. Before Sue leaves the room, she comments on the smell, telling them that she doesn't know if it's coming from James or Cookie, but they need to crack a window. She goes back into Jade's room and targets Mia, warning her that if there's a party tonight, Mia is banned from this house. Mia accepts this and acts wounded when Sue asks if she's really just here third wheeling all night. Sue wants to know if Mia is high again, and after chastising Jade for telling her mom everything, she admits that she only tried weed once. Sue wheels on Daniel, telling him that her daughter's vagina is prohibited. This fucking made me laugh out loud. But there's a deleted scene where she's like, my daughter's vagina is prohibited. And he goes, what about yours? And she goes, you want to go now? And then that's when Jade is like, get out of my room.
So, okay, this makes a lot of sense because what they said on commentary, first of all, they said this was a blast to film.
Oh, God, I bet.
This entire sequence. But what they said was that what they were doing is they were feeding lines to certain actors that were not in the script.
That's so funny.
And so it was trying to get a rise, like an improv reaction.
Okay.
In character. And so lines like that are especially like, that's wild.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So that's funny. But a lot of the lines they said don't make it in the film because they're so ridiculous. And I guess that's one of them.
I almost like it because I feel like it gives Daniel something to do. Yeah. I feel like Daniel is pretty bland for most of this. Not all of it.
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
Not all of it.
Yeah, but you hear that, Dan? Keep your hands to yourself.
But Mia laughs at the prohibitive vagina comment, and Jade begs her mom to just get out of her room before Jade kills everyone. Before Sue leaves, she tells them that the neighbors tell her everything. She walks down the hall, refusing to close the door behind her when Jade asks her to.
You know what, dude? I just kind of got goosebumps because I just put something together.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's twice that a door hasn't been closed.
Oh, okay.
That's fucking... Dude, that is great. That is great screenwriting.
Yeah.
And they said multiple times, Easter eggs are everywhere. There's hidden stuff everywhere. They say that all the time in the interviews.
I'm very proud.
No, that's great. That's great. Later, when Sue pulls away from the house, the party begins. We follow Riley down the hall into a room where the rest of the group is getting everything ready. This is interesting now that I'm thinking about it because we follow him like we were following Cole.
Yeah, okay.
Haley and Joss have joined them, and Jade snaps at Haley for smoking inside the house. Haley licks their fingers and puts out the cherry before throwing the cigarette against the curtains and onto the ground. I'm like,
Come on.
I'd rather you smoke it.
Yeah.
They comment on how nice the house is and how ugly Cookie is.
Look, Haley's been a little mean.
Yeah.
Broken clock is right. At least twice a day, I've heard, on average.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Finally, Daniel sits behind a small desk and Joss sets the hand in front of him. Mia looks at it with reverence, leaning on the desk with her face close. She's like enamored.
Mm-hmm.
She asks Joss where he got the hand, and Joss offers to tell the story. It's the hand of a psychic that was cut off and embalmed. Haley corrects him. It wasn't a psychic, it was a medium. But the part that Daniel refuses to believe is that this is a real hand. But Joss doubles down. It is a real hand with ceramic over it. Jade accuses him of being full of shit, but Joss doesn't back down. He says that the hand belonged to someone who could communicate with the dead, so people cut it off. He chalks it up to white people shit. Again, stop clock.
Yeah.
Haley, though, heard that it's the hand of a Satanist and that the other one is just out there. But Joss laughs and tells them to shut up. Mia settles on the couch with Riley and James as Joss begins to restrain Daniel to the chair. He says that it trickled down to him after being in the possession of a friend of a friend. When Daniel wants specifics, Joss snaps at him, asking sarcastically if he wants a spreadsheet of the history. Yes, please.
Yeah.
I would love that.
I do love that they're adding more lore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This idea of the other hand.
Oh, well, we know where that's at. It's Sting from Addams Family.
He went a different
Yeah.
route.
Oh, yeah. Steady work.
Yes, very good. Good for him.
Legal.
One might be the better choice. But he repeats the instructions. He can hold the hand, say, talk to me, and then ask the spirit all of his questions. James is skeptical, but Mia shoots him a knowing look when Riley gets up to shut the lights off. They all settle in, ready and watching. I don't know if I'm Riley. I don't think I want to do this again.
At all.
At all.
We can go to James's for the night. No.
The amount of anger I would feel if I came home and the kids were doing this.
My God.
I don't.
Now we have to move.
Oh, well,
And
yeah,
get new kids.
You chose the hand.
I'm going to beat him with the hand.
Yes.
It's like you were doing one thing.
It's too much. It's too much. But everyone is ready. A timer is set. Jade is ready to film. And even Cookie sits in her dog bed watching. We watch through the lens of Jade's phone as she films Daniel take the hand and say the words, "Talk to me." He winces, turning his head away from what has appeared before him. Everyone laughs for a moment, but Jade looks nervous as she films. Daniel gathers himself, taking deep breaths before ushering himself into the next phase with the words, "I let you in." Immediately, his head snaps back. The blacks of his eyes dilate unnaturally huge and his skin is mottled. His mouth open, his lips discolored as he struggles to take in air, but no air comes to him. Jade is panicked and tells Haley that Daniel is choking, but Haley just tells her to hold on for a second. Again, the desensitization.
Yeah.
This is so scary to even witness somebody desperately trying to get air and not being able to.
Yeah.
And they're like, just hold on a second. Like that is wild.
This happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll get it. let him cook.
No, sometimes they're a little hesitant.
Yeah.
I think though, and this is something that is just so frightening to witness. The makeup work is fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's just so interesting to me that this is the reaction of the body to these spirits.
Yeah.
And it's immediate.
It's immediate, and then it goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's nuts.
Jade demands that they stop this now, but Haley is unbothered. Finally, Daniel lurches forward, finding the air that had eluded him. Haley and Mia giggle. Daniel raises his head ominously before setting his sights on Jade. Now, I don't know what spirit this is, but they're like, I'm about to read this bitch for film. Like, this is so... this is beyond.
It's rough.
It's beyond.
But I don't know if it's just like, because the same thing with Mia where she's seeing people in corners that aren't there, and she's talking to Riley like, maybe this means nothing. Maybe this is
I
okay.
don't think so.
Like, no, I'm reading his thoughts.
I think that once, and there is evidence to support, once it's in there, it knows you.
Oh, that's true.
I think.
That's
and
fair.
That's where it's like, oh, bitch. Guess what?
Like, where's Jade?
Which one is Jade?
Well, see, I didn't realize that until this watch.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, so you meant that shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in a low and rough voice, he tells her he hates it when you touch him. Jade stares back, clearly hurt, but Daniel delivers another blow. You make him soft.
It's not the
That's
hate.
to the fucking
Hate
hook.
is a strong word, but you make him soft.
It's just like stating a fact.
Wow.
Like, it's like, look, I don't know how to tell you this.
Yeah, that's...
But I'm going to tell you this.
yeah.
But what if the spirit's just saying that she makes Daniel very sensitive?
I don't think so. Mia isn't laughing anymore, and even Haley grimaces, commenting to Joss about the meanness of this spirit. Daniel licks his discolored and cracked lips as he begins to moan. Finally, his breath's coming heavy and ragged. He looks over at Mia, who has to stifle a smile with her hand. What the fuck are you smiling at? I don't know, dude.
See, that's...
Mia,
yeah.
no, dude.
Yeah. Oh, this shit's funny?
Yeah. Mia's like, you don't like her?
Yeah. I knew it.
I don't like your reaction to this. Daniel continues to moan, his breathing mounting as he rubs his chest. Haley laughs at him, causing Mia to break out in giggles too. Daniel is feeling himself until he falls sideways out of his chair and onto the floor, still clutching the hand in his. He writhes on the floor until a curious Cookie rushes over to him. She brings her face close to his, and Daniel, gratefully, desperately, and disgustedly, makes out with the dog. Everyone reacts in disgust, standing up and wincing, turning away, laughing, and gagging. Finally, Joss puts Daniel out of his misery by yanking the hand away, and Jade promptly blows out the candle. Daniel comes back to himself, gasping for air with spit and dog hair all over his face. I can't look at you.
I don't even want to think about it. What is Daniel, I believe we learned last week, apparently has Ritz crackers because Mia wants him.
Yeah.
Jade wants him.
Yeah.
Cookie wants him. Like, what the fuck? This bland? No, it's gross. But
what killed me was remembering that Mia said you're in the passenger seat and like experiencing that.
Yeah.
Daniel's like, get me.
No.
It's like Rose McGowan in Death Proof. Like, you really got to be sitting in my seat.
Oh, God. No, dude, no.
Just banging on the window.
Oh my God, this is so disgusting.
Yeah.
So disgusting.
I do want to set everyone's mind at ease.
Please.
This is whenever it is Daniel on set.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dog puppet
Okay.
that he is making out with.
All right.
And then they filmed a separate plate with Cookie, like licking some kind of a snack,
Okay.
and then put it together.
Okay.
So
All right.
this actor never made out with a dog.
Well, hallelujah.
Good, yeah.
Although there is footage of such things.
There is.
It's not real.
I wonder, is this solely the spirit just acting up? Like, I don't know. Or does any of this speak to Daniel's like kind of repression? Because like, I mean, you know?
Well, with what Jade said.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So like, does that fuel any of this, or was that just a really horny spirit? Like, I don't know.
Well, whatever it was, the dog could sense it.
Yeah. Don't mind it.
Animals always know. They do.
Oh God.
They have an ability to
Unfortunately.
speak to spirits and stuff.
But Daniel tells Jade to untie him, and when she does, he gets to his feet and demands for Haley to delete the video. But Haley refuses, already watching over it with Joss, the two of them groaning and laughing at it. Daniel begs them to delete it, but it's not happening. Shamed and defeated, Daniel flees the room, slamming the door behind him. Earlier when Jade was like, "Get out or I'm going to kill everyone in this room," that's me. We're not making it out of here.
Yeah.
If that video's making it out of here, none of us are making it out of here.
I thought of dude from The Invitation smashing those glasses. I feel like
Yes.
that would be phones. Like this is just, I do not care.
Jade looks at them, disappointed, and the room quiets. Haley asks Jade if she doesn't want to turn now, but Mia suddenly volunteers. Jade asks if she really wants to do it after what just happened, and Mia does, under the condition that no one films and Jade takes her thought dog out of the room. That made me laugh out loud.
It's for the best.
And so the montage begins as Richard Carter's Le Monde, a remixed version of Le Foul by Edith Piaf, plays. Cookie, the thought, is banished to the hallway as the real party begins. Joss lights a candle and dances. Mia is strapped to the chair. Then Joss takes a turn, his eyes black and his face bruised. Mia wraps her arms around Riley as they watch. Daniel finally rejoins the group and Jade welcomes him on the couch. Haley throws her head back, their face similarly transformed as the spirit takes over. The candle is lit and blown out, relit and blown out. Mia takes another turn. A possessed Haley sobs and they cross themselves. Then they smoke a joint placed within the fingers of the hand. Laughs are had, everyone dances as turns are taken, and the hand is used as a prop for jokes. Mia sings to the group in French, her eyes impossibly large and black as Riley sits next to her and films. Suddenly, she snaps her jaws at him and he jumps away. Daniel is dragged back into the chair and Cookie whines from the hallway, knowing that the party is over for her.
They're having so much fun in there.
Come on, guys. Finally, the montage ends when the hand is snatched away from Joss again and the candle is blown out. I don't have words, nor could I describe this montage to satisfaction of how much I fucking love this sequence.
This is like the perfect montage.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you such a, like, I don't know, the feeling of being in this room, firstly. I can't remember where I read it. Somebody somewhere had said something along the lines of this montage feeling like getting into things that you shouldn't and loving it.
Yeah.
In this age. And it's like perfect. Not to mention the song, which is
Oh my God.
perfect.
Yeah.
And they had talked about it on commentary, how they went through over 1,000 songs.
Right.
And I saw like a YouTube short. It was probably a TikTok post. But Richard Carter talked about
a TikTok post.
I don't know, dude. I don't use it. I don't use this TikTok. I don't use the TikTok. What do you call it?
It's just a TikTok.
Oh, well,
It's
you know,
TikTok.
whatever. I'm sorry. I saw this TikTok tweet about... It was about his creation of this remix.
Okay.
And he had said that he was literally just playing a video game, and in the video game he got stuck in a rock, and he was trying to come up with this idea of creating a song that captured this feeling of being stuck.
Yeah.
But when he found Edith Piaf's song, Le Foul literally means the crowd.
Right.
And so it's like being surrounded and stuck inside something, which again is perfectly descriptive of this feeling of this hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a part of the crowd. You're stuck in this thing. It fits so perfectly. But he made this remix. He put it on the internet. And suddenly it's in, one of the biggest horror films of the year.
Yeah.
Like out of nowhere. And they just found it. They went through over 1,000 songs, I think they said, and found this one.
That's
and it's
pretty
perfect.
cool.
It
Yeah.
is. That really makes me think of Michael Abels? Was that his name? The Jordan Peele collaborator?
Yes. They had talked about how the song also kind of captures what they're trying to do with this movie.
Right.
Because it has this old sample from Edith
Yes.
Piaf, but it modernizes it.
Right.
And so that's exactly what we're doing with this possession subgenre. We're taking something well worn and putting new clothes on it.
Okay.
Like it's fantastic.
Yeah. This was pretty cool. Again, it's for me, it's a little weird, the possession and drug thing, but it does fit very good with what's going on, what they're doing right now. And it is very cool to see them using it that way as something recreational.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how many times I'm willing to watch one of my buddies get possessed and then be like, me next.
Yeah. But you think of a party where people are getting fucked up. I feel like it's very we're poisoning ourselves.
Yeah,
we're
either way.
letting something into our body that should not be in our body.
Yeah.
And we're listening to music and we're dancing and we're joking and we're having a good time doing it.
No, yeah.
It's a very faithful parallel, I think. And again, just the fucking song is so good.
Oh, it is.
And when Mia is possessed and singing in French over it, it's brilliant. It's just so this is one of my favorite things to come out of a horror film, and it's very up there for me. This montage, I just find it brilliant.
And just on a technical side, they had talked about all they wanted to do for the montage, and the producers were like, well, that's kind of impossible.
Yeah.
Because they only had 2 hours to film it. And so there are 50 setups.
Oh my
Damn.
God.
And they did it, and it's remarkable.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And the way it's cut together.
Yeah, it looks good.
It does. And it's almost desensitizing us to it.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing them transformed and all fucked up, and then we're seeing, we're using the hand as a dick and we're laughing. Like it's like spliced in with them all dancing and having fun and hugging, and then fuck, Haley's possessed, and no, it's fine, they're smoking weed. Like it's giving it to us in such a way where it's like these are just kids having fun. But it's like what they're doing is fucking horrifying.
Yeah. It is.
But Joss chuckles to himself as he takes possession of his own body again, musing that it just never gets old. James wants to try, and Riley immediately agrees that he does too, but Jade tells them both no. James fires back at her, saying that not only is she not his mom, she's not even 18, but she tells him that he's not even 15. He was like, damn.
Yeah.
Riley tries to reason with her, but the answer is still no. James stands up from behind the hand, frustrated. Mia proposes that maybe they can do it for just 60 seconds. Jade is instantly mad at her, but Mia tells her gently that she doesn't need to be a bitch about everything that pertains to Riley. Again, Jade does treat Riley like shit, but this is not her gatekeeping the hand.
Yeah.
Jade didn't even do it.
No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. She never ever fucks with that hand.
No.
I feel like if she had, I would understand more of Mia's point.
Yeah.
But literally, this is trying to keep him safe.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and I get where Mia's coming from, because she's like, I'm doing it and it feels so good and I'm having so much fun. I want Riley to have fun, but it's like, bitch, no, don't, no.
And even them, and I'm not saying that it's okay if they were over 15, but I feel like hearing that they're not.
How small their age is.
It's like,
that's
oh my. Even more, it's like, no. I don't know what you're thinking, but those children, they're not doing that.
But Riley jumps in on this, accusing his sister of being so concerned with trying to give Daniel the old thinner that she doesn't care about anything else.
That was graphic. That was unnecessary.
Thinner is graphic?
No, not you, Riley.
Oh, okay. Well, he's mad.
So we're giving him an out.
He really wants to try the hand.
As long as you're angry, you can say whatever.
I don't know if that's how
Whatever
that works.
hurtful thing. Nay, I don't think so.
He was really mad, dude.
What's the opposite of a Podmortem PSA?
Fair point. But Jade goes over to him, accusing him of only wanting to do it to impress James. She says that he'll come to her room crying like he did last time. And she asks if he told his little friend about that. That's fucking mean.
That
It is.
Yeah.
That's mean as fuck. Riley tells Jade that he hates her, and she tells him that he's not her favorite person in the world either. Riley looks over to Haley, but they break the news that they can't help him. His sister's boring. Mia gives Jade a pleading look, but Jade just storms out of the room, and Daniel goes behind her. I'm sorry, and I'm not blaming Jade for anything that happens moving forward, but I'm not leaving these people and my brother and this hand alone.
No.
I'm just not.
Well, thank you.
I'm just saying everyone is like, oh, we're just 60 seconds. Like, let the boy partake. And he wants to. I'm not. What is going to happen when I leave the room? When I'm the only one keeping this from happening?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, I was like, she could be like, we're going home. You are home.
Yeah.
So,
Riley,
goddamn.
go to your room. It just, as soon as she left, I was like, fuck.
And why not remind him about what happened last time?
Mm-hmm.
We were, there's the same people were there.
Scare the shit. Remember, they like you.
Yeah.
Right?
You really, that's where you want to go, dude?
Oh.
Well, Riley turns to Mia and asks her for just 60 seconds. Mia suddenly realizes that this may not be a good idea, and Riley is defeated, saying that he really thought Mia was going to be on his side for once. For once, I feel like Mia's on your side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like nationwide.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. But Mia says that she's on both of their sides. He asks her sincerely for just 60 seconds. It's funny to me that, and I understand that we've established that time is a factor here with we cannot go over 90 seconds. But it's funny to me that we are thinking of the danger being the quantity of time that we're doing it, rather than the fact that we are letting ourselves be possessed by a spirit at all.
Yeah, over
It's
and
like,
over.
I'll just do it for a little,
Yeah.
just 1 minute. But like the fact that you're being possessed at all is alarming.
Well, their track record too, because again, I don't want to go back to it, but the boyfriend was in there. Daniel, he was there for 1:54.
Well,
He was holding on tight to the hand.
he was holding on tight. Never mind. Here's the thing. I think, again, that speaks to the metaphor.
Yeah.
It's just one.
Yeah. Haley and Joss are already starting to pack up, but Mia counters it down to 50 seconds, and Riley agrees eagerly. Mia stops Haley and Joss celebrates with Riley as James takes out his phone to record. Joss secures Riley to the chair, and Haley lights the candle. He looks over at Mia, overjoyed, before taking the hand. Haley gets their phone ready to start the timer, and Riley says the magic words, "Talk to me." He looks up, and the smile from his face immediately drops. He asks, "What the fuck?" I will say the first time I watched this, I knew immediately.
Yeah, and the difficulty here is that what the fuck can be simply the fact that he hadn't seen any spirits yet.
Yes.
But it's also a reaction to a specific.
Yeah.
I knew. But Mia assures him in a gentle voice that it's okay, but he looks over at her wordlessly. She encourages him to just say the words, and after a deep breath, he does. "I let you in." Haley starts the timer as Riley throws his head back, choking. With his face bruised and eyes black, he immediately starts to cry. This is something else, and I'm not trying to break the momentum of the moment, but I don't want to see either of you look like that.
Right.
Even if we're at a party and other people are doing this or whatever, and it's like this accepted thing where we're all like accepting that this happens and people do this, I don't want to see either of you look like this or desperately try to breathe and not be able. I don't want to. I can't imagine this dude is like your kid brother.
Mm-hmm.
She acts like more of a sister to him than Jade does.
Yeah.
Watching this, I was upset. And I've known him for 30 minutes of this.
I think too that was my thing, and that's my note is as soon as she was like, okay, you can have the 50 seconds, you're responsible for this child.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You are putting your name on that. You stick with that. You are like a sister to him.
Mm-hmm.
Just no, dude, please listen. I know you're enjoying it, but you also have seen everything else that's happened.
And he looks up to you. And
Yeah.
the fact that when he asked you about it, you're like, oh, it was incredible. Like you influenced this.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think the thing is as well is like you were saying earlier about the roller coaster, comparison.
Yeah.
At Universal Studios in Orlando, I believe.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding. But
When you guys want to sponsor us,
yeah,
just when you're ready.
I'm open.
Yeah.
Much like the parks that. But with the roller coaster, it's on a track.
Yeah.
It's fairly predictable where it's going to go and when it's going to end.
Mm-hmm.
This could not be more unpredictable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Haley literally said, "Oh, it's different every time."
Yeah.
So, and we saw what fucking Daniel was forced to do.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And also, can we talk about how Daniel came back later and did it again? Like, that was surprising to see him in the montage at all.
Think about it. You have a bad trip. For some people, that doesn't mean I'm never going to do it again.
I guess, but
that was
maybe,
a bad trip.
Maybe he's like, okay, they need one video of me.
Yeah.
If I do it again, maybe they'll delete that first one.
Right. Don't forget about that.
Yeah.
See how cool I am. This time.
Exactly. I can't have that going around Adelaide High.
I'm not gonna lie. Seeing that with Daniel, I don't think I would take a turn after
Oh,
that.
no.
Hell no.
No.
It can make me do that.
Yeah.
It can. Nah, man. No. And you're telling my business.
Yeah.
Digging in my brain.
Nah.
Come on.
That's okay. But with his face bruised and his eyes black, Riley immediately starts to cry. He apologizes, saying, "I never meant to hurt you." He slowly lowers his head as he speaks before his gaze sets on Mia, and he tells her, "I miss you so much, me." Mia stares back at him, her expression blank before she crumbles into tears. Riley continues, "I didn't want you to hate me." Joss stares at them with wide eyes as Mia realizes that she is speaking with her mom. Haley reports that it's been 50 seconds and Mia dashes over to Riley, telling Haley to give her more time because it's her mom. Haley doesn't look happy about this, but they do allow it. Mia stares back at Riley when he tells her, tears streaming down his face, that he loves her. Mia says, "I love you too." Riley continues that he is so proud of her. He tries to say more, but he suddenly begins to choke on his words, his head slowly flopping backwards. Mia holds onto his hand, gripping the ceramic one. There's complete silence until Riley brings his head down hard on the table in front of him. Blood begins to drench his face, and he does it again. His hand flies up to his eye, gripping it between his fingers and screaming as he tries to wrench it out. This got me bad. Bad.
I think, again, because I feel like, again, it's like, oh, well, they did that in Hereditary.
Yeah.
The bashing of the head.
Uh-huh.
I've seen this before. I'm like, oh, hold on.
So we're about to take it to that next level. It fucked me up.
Yeah, jeez.
And the shot of it is so like you
were there for too long.
Yeah.
We're there for it feels like a very long time watching him do this. And I did see in that interview with Collider that Danny Philippou said that Joe Bird did his own stunts.
Damn.
That they had approached him about it, and he was like, they were like, well, we'll do like whatever you're gonna do, we'll do it. And he was like, I couldn't really say no, but they said that it was like a soft desk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, this is all him, and some of it's a dummy, but the human is him.
And there's more to come.
Yes. Mia grabs his hand and begs for the others to help her. They finally snap into action, Joss trying to wrestle the hand from Riley's grip. This is when Jade comes back into the room, just in time to see the chair with her brother in it go flying backwards and shatter the window on the other side of the room. Joss has been flung to the floor and the chair moves on its own. They stare as Riley brings his head down on the corner of a mantel repeatedly. He raises his head again, his face completely red with his own blood and his body shaking. Just as he brings his face down again, Jade slides her hand in the way and he hits her instead. He falls to the ground. Jade yells at them to help and everyone comes to her aid. Everyone except Mia. We watch her, breathing heavily and almost in a daze as everyone moves to Riley, their voices panicked and overlapping. Stained with Riley's blood, Mia turns and leaves the room dazedly. Joss and Haley rush into the hallway. There are blurs behind her as Joss reasons that they need to leave, but Haley tells him that they can't. They let them use the hand. They can't just leave. Joss says that they need to get a story for everyone to stick to, one that doesn't involve the hand. Mia leaves them behind, heading upstairs alone. We hear a light scratching, and when she looks up, we see the silhouette of Mia's mother, Rhea, played by Alexandria Stephenson, behind the frosted glass of the door. But when Mia looks back, she's gone.
So just a couple things here. I understand being frozen in terror. They did jack shit
Nothing.
to help this boy. Even like when he was still at the desk, like everyone's just like, "Oh wow,
Yeah.
and it was
No.
it was
Thank you.
until he wrenched his eyeball and shit.
Oh,
No.
They're like, "That's an overreaction, right, guys?" You gotta hand it to him. Or whatever. It's like, get help,
but nobody
Help
tried to
them.
give him a hand.
No,
Yeah. Well, he already had one.
He
No,
did.
yeah.
He did. He did.
but that was like, I was like, come on, man.
That there's a couple that I'm like, that sound nitpicky, but here I was like, dude, nobody. I get the first maybe initial slam is like, oh my god,
Yeah.
but then you're like, oh shit, he's gonna do it again. Spring in action. What are you doing? Why are y'all all taking out your phones and like, oh fuck, this is a trip?
The sight of blood as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he really made contact.
Yeah.
That was a lot more serious than the sound implied. Like, I don't know. And then it takes her to like break her fucking hand, Jade,
Yeah.
to finally.
Well, but again, she's the only one that's not wrapped up in this. But James, dude, come on. That's your friend.
Mhm.
And you've not been under the influence of this hand either.
No.
So get it together.
It's rough.
Get it together, the only other child in the room.
And as well, there is something in the shot as well that is blurred in the background as Mia leaves that we'll talk about a little bit later. But I did think it was interesting, this shot of her mother behind the window.
Yeah.
Made me think a lot of Insidious again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, these spirits from these other worlds, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
But when you start fucking with that shit,
Mhm.
you're rolling out a red carpet.
Absolutely.
Later, as she washes Riley's blood from her hands, an officer tells her that they need to speak now. We see everyone being interviewed, including Haley and Joss, who did not flee,
No, they did not.
as we hear Jade on the phone with her mother, telling her tearfully that Riley is in the hospital. When Sue is confused, Jade tells her that he smashed his face really bad, but she doesn't know how it happened because she wasn't in the room. Sue tells her daughter sternly to stop crying and tell her what happened, but Jade chokes out in sobs that she's sorry. I can't imagine receiving this phone call
Mm-hmm.
because what does that mean? What are you saying? What are you talking about?
I think that's my. Is it when you say smashed his face?
What does that mean?
Yeah. What is
he
that?
fell?
Yeah.
Just the words, the word choice.
Smashed is pretty rough.
It's
Yeah.
bad. It was smashed it really bad.
Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know, say he was injured or something. There was an accident.
No, that's too vague.
Something.
That's
Okay.
too vague.
We were playing with the demon hand.
Yeah.
Ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Just some things that I heard on commentary. Firstly, the police officer is the producer of the film in a cameo.
Very
all right.
cool.
I thought it was neat. And they had mentioned something about Mia washing her hands in the sink.
Right.
And they literally were like, oh, and then, the drops of blood, because how many there are. And the other one stopped the other brother. And so that means something.
Yeah.
The amount of drops of blood in the sink when Mia's washing her hands means something important to the plot, something important to the narrative. do not know what it is, they would not tell me.
Yeah.
Me.
They wouldn't tell me. It's so funny because I saw in a lot of interviews that Michael Philippou kept saying this film is about connections, real and forced. This film is about connections, real and forced. This film is about connections, real, like that, the same phrase. And I saw in one that Danny Philippou was like, I told him that, and now he won't stop telling people. He was not supposed to tell me that.
I will tell you that they said at the start of the commentary something to the tune of, we did answer a lot of times in interviews what this movie was about, but that's not real. So I don't know.
These boys.
Yeah.
What I'm assuming.
Dude, I spent so many fucking hours watching them talk.
So this is an alien invasion movie?
Yeah.
What the
Well,
fuck?
It's just like it's none of what we said.
It could be anything.
Okay.
What I understood that as is that what they're saying is part of the story, what they said in interviews.
Okay.
But there's more left to discover and explain that they have not and will not because they want to leave it up to the audience's interpretation.
Again, I respect that.
Yeah.
But
say anything.
Yeah.
Something.
a crumb.
A crumb.
Yeah.
But Mia returns home with her father. He asks if they can talk about this, but Mia says that she just wants to get some sleep. Max tells her that he has just one question to ask her, but before he can even get it out, Mia maintains that they didn't give Riley anything. Max asks what happened then, and Mia just says that she doesn't know. Max laments that he just wishes Mia would be honest with him, but Mia fires back sarcastically, like he's been honest with her. When he's confused, she confronts him that she knows there's something about her mom that he's not telling her. Max has nothing to say to this, and Mia leaves to her room. In her bedroom, Mia closes the door before unzipping her backpack to reveal the hand. She touches it lightly with her fingers for a moment before pulling out her phone and opening an app to call a car. Very quickly, again, this would have been a payoff moment if Auntie Lee had been able to say, hey, you need to talk to your dad, and then Mia just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
There is also a deleted scene where when Mia leaves the kitchen, he follows her into the hallway.
Oh.
And she's like, I know that you're lying. Like, they're going back and forth and they're fighting. He ends up like grabbing her arm, and he's like, I just don't want the same thing to happen to you. Like, I'm scared. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. And she like is shaken and quiet after he grabs her, and he apologizes, and then she leaves her room, and that's why she's like shaking and shuddery when she closes the door. I, again, would have loved to get that moment in the film.
Mm-hmm.
Give Max more to do. Give us more of him, more of his motivation, because as we learn more later, I do understand, but it just, I don't want to say that it's jarring. I just would have liked some build up to these moments between father and daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That moment in particular is just out of the blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
It feels. And so exactly right. With that seed planted, that's the payoff.
Yeah.
That's the receipt.
And it is at this point, I think it's from here because I'm a little confused at her and her dad's relationship so far. And like you said earlier, babe, it did seem like he was trying to talk to her, and he's like, how was your day, or how did the day go for you?
Yeah.
And again, still, it feels like there's something missing that's not there.
And seeing those deleted scenes, it's like, damn,
Yeah.
that would have really.
And what does that add runtime wise? Really?
Right.
I mean, it's they were both extremely brief, especially the conversation with her aunt.
Yeah. And another thing that I'm just realizing, why did they not say anything to any of the parents? I mean, he seems like he's caring, he's asking, he's following her around, he's worried.
Yeah.
He understands that she's not in a good place. He seems concerned. Same thing with Riley.
Sue.
And
Yeah.
she seemed really cool. She understood they were sneaking out. I know what you're doing. Okay, just lock the door. You guys are going to I know you're going to have a fucking party.
You're partying, don't drink.
Yeah, don't drink.
Yeah. I feel like it's like we were all doing drugs and something bad happened. So now we got to hide everything. This never happened. We don't know what happened to him. Like, we weren't doing anything. We don't know what, like, that's what it feels like. I mean, again, not to beat a dead horse, but the allegory is still there for me.
Yeah.
Where it's like your kids, you're panicking. You were doing some shit you know that you should not have been doing. And so we have to just make this all look like an accident. We don't know anything.
Yeah.
We don't know why he did that.
But for me, it I think where the confusion comes in is that I feel like it'd work, and I know it would be tropey, but if the parents weren't as cool,
Yeah.
if you have a problem, then of course you're not going to tell your parents anything because you don't want to tell them
Yeah.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
But they seem really cool, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because being a parent myself now to a preteen, you know what I mean, and it's like, okay, I want to be that cool parent. And what I'm seeing here is it does seem like both, you know what I mean, parents are trying to be there for the kids.
True.
Maybe that's the disconnect too.
Yeah.
They're like, talk to me. I'm
Yeah.
here. And they just
That
won't.
I feel like we stumbled into something, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because that line of communication is open and these kids they're not taking it.
Yeah.
And it is interesting that, when we were kids, it was called the open door policy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about doors
Yeah.
Yeah.
an awful lot.
Okay.
My confusion came from this fact that Mia absconded with the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
In what world? When everything went down with Riley, Joss and Haley were like, was the hand okay? We got to make sure. Don't tell
Yeah.
anyone about the hand.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone know this hand
They
was
were.
here. And so you would think that they would be territorial about it. And Mia left the room.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she did.
So you're telling me that they called for an ambulance and the police, and in some time, Mia scoops this hand into a bag?
Yeah.
I just don't see it.
Maybe, I don't know. That would have been nice to see how the fuck she ended up with it.
Yeah.
Whether she stole it or whether they were just like, just get it out of here.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Because you just see it in the bag and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you get that?
Yeah.
In the hospital room, Riley is hooked up to machines with his mother and sister by his side. Daniel appears in the doorway, and when Jade gets up to join him in the hallway, Mia is standing there, still wearing the blood-stained clothes from earlier. Keeping her voice low, Jade tells her that she doesn't mean any offense, but she doesn't want her here. And I don't fucking blame her.
I'd be pretty upset.
I don't. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Mia tries to defend herself, and when Jade doesn't budge, she walks past her to look in through the window of Riley's room. He lies in the bed, unconscious, his face mutilated and unrecognizable. Sue steps out into the hall, and Mia tries to greet her with a consoling hug, but Sue shuts it down. She demands to know what Mia is doing here. When Mia says that she just wants to know how Riley is doing, Sue tells her harshly that he's doing really fucking bad. She tells Mia that she knows she's done things before, and she wants to know if she gave Riley anything. Mia swears that she didn't. Her eyes filling with tears, Sue implores her to take a look at her son's face. She asks what Riley ever did to her.
So are we to take it that fucking Jade and Daniel were like, this is all Mia's fault?
I
Sue?
think that Jade and Daniel were like, we weren't there. We left her alone with Mia. We left him alone with Mia. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel made out with your dog tonight. So if
Yeah,
we're,
we wouldn't be throwing people under the bus.
if we're telling everybody's
Go ask
business.
Cookie what happened tonight.
It was rough. It was rough, Ma.
I think too, honestly, the aftermath of seeing what happened to Riley is for me just a little more disturbing to what happened.
It's so
Because he's
bad.
fucked up.
It's so bad.
It's the specific makeup of the eye
Yeah.
Yes.
that you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You know? And on commentary, Philippou said that that's what he looked like after the car accident.
Oh
Ooh.
my God.
Man.
So it was kind of inspired.
Yeah.
But Mia tells Sue again that she didn't hurt Riley, but Sue just tells her coldly to go home and that if she comes back, she will call the police. Mia tries to stop her, but she turns and goes back into Riley's room. Mia goes to follow her, but Jade only tells her to go home before disappearing back into the room. Mia offers that she's sorry, but now finds herself alone in the hallway. She looks into a room at a man lying in a hospital bed, being tended to by a doctor. She is distracted, though, when in the window, she sees the reflection of her mother. She tries to follow the reflection and goes into the bathroom. The door creaks loudly, and when she enters, she's alone. When she turns to leave the room, one of the stall doors slams shut on its own. The lights begin to flicker, and she hears scratching from the other side of the door. Mia calls out to her mother, and when a woman's voice calls back asking for help, Mia rushes for the door, trying to open it. She slams her shoulder against it, but something is keeping it from opening. Finally, she's able to open the door and finds that it's completely empty inside. This is just cruel. Hearing the story of Rhea and what happened to her and how she was in front of the door, this is like fucked up.
Yeah.
I think the thing to me, and this is where I'm thinking, obviously, there's reasoning behind why Mia's the only one that's affected. That's still holding on to some things and seeing some things after the stuff, because Joss, Haley, and Daniel several times did the hand stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
And well, not hand stuff. Oh, hold on.
Wow.
Wait, hold on.
Well, Daniel did the pasta.
Yeah.
Well. Fair point. Jesus Christ, everything is a fucking thing here. This room is not safe. All I'm trying to say is that you see them in that montage more than once.
Yeah.
So that's not even the answer. It's like, well, Mia did it twice. Nope.
No,
Yeah.
it's
You
not.
know?
It was from that first night, because even when we saw it with Riley,
Yeah.
the
and
hand.
I think what I'm thinking is, the potential of, I guess, the spirit finding something to exploit.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so it's, there's a lot here and the different reactions to this thing.
Right.
But Mia leaves the bathroom shaken up and runs into Daniel, who is coming out of Riley's room. She turns and walks away from him, hiding out in the stairwell. He follows her and finds her standing in the corner and sobbing. We cut to Daniel's car, where he drives Mia home in the rain. After some silence, he asks her if her dad was mad, and Mia says yes. Daniel says that since he's 18, the police didn't call his parents. Mia asks where they think he is, and he says that they think he's at his cousin's, so now he can't go home or he'll blow up his spot. Mia offers for him to stay with her, and Daniel bristles at this, admitting that it might be weird for him to do that because of him and Jade. Mia counters that it's not like it's illegal, they're just friends. She tells him sincerely that she just doesn't want to be alone, and Daniel finally agrees. Lemon square bullshit.
Yeah.
This, I was like, Mia.
Yeah. What I thought was funny, when she runs into him at the hospital, he's like, Mia, what's wrong? You just ran into her. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what's wrong. You know what's happening.
Yeah.
Then they take off together, and then this conversation happens, and I'm like, dude, what?
She really woke up and said, how many times can I fucking devastate Jade's life?
No.
How can I ruin Jade's life today?
And I'm thinking, that's not even a good excuse because your dad's home with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're literally,
It's just not a situation that these people should be in.
No.
It's just not. It's just
Yeah.
not. It's just not. But in her bedroom, Mia says that she can't believe she actually got to speak to her mom. Daniel says that he doesn't think it was her mom, but Mia is sure that it was at first. Her mom always used to call her me, and there's no way the spirits could have known that.
I will say that is one of the saddest aspects of this film because it's so easy to get there from your name. It's you have two options maybe.
Yeah.
You're M or you're me.
Yeah.
And so, it's holding on to these things, these hopes, this grief that she's experiencing.
Yeah.
And so it's really tragic.
And Max and Mia, it's like their names together. All right, anyway. Her parents' names.
Oh.
Yeah.
Max, Mia.
That's
Okay.
amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
That's adorable.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Well, because I forgot who Rhea was. I was like, Rhea Perlman. I don't recall seeing a Rhea Perlman in
We
this.
would have remembered. Daniel says that he thinks the spirits can just read what they're thinking. They could know everything about them since they've been let in.
Yeah.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Mia wonders if her mom was there because she was trying to reach out to her. She proposes that they could check, but Daniel is firm on never doing it again. He's like, did you see the fucking
Yeah,
shit? I did tonight.
dude.
But again, though, what? You saw Riley 10 minutes ago. What do you mean we could check?
Yeah.
Nah, man. He apologizes to her as the two sit next to each other on her bed. He changes the subject by looking at a carving, Daniel plus Mia encased in a heart. He chuckles, embarrassed and calling himself a loser, but Mia tells him that it was cute. She asks if he remembers when they held hands. I'm like, Mia, don't do this to me.
Mm-hmm.
He does remember, and she says that she could feel his heart beating through his fingertips. Daniel remembers that her hands were bigger than his, and she believes that they still are. They hold their hands against each other, and she's right. Hers are, but just by a hair. They sit that way for a moment, hands touching and amused, before Daniel finally pulls his away and plunges them into awkwardness again.
I'm sorry. The heartbeat thing, this is the most romantic thing I've ever heard in my life.
Literally.
This is...
It's storming outside.
Yeah.
We've been through something traumatic.
I mean...
We have a history.
You're trying to get in my pants, aren't you?
Mia?
Whose pants?
Yeah.
Well, she's got the hand thing too.
The hand stuff?
It feels very inappropriate.
Yeah.
Behavior between my best friend's boyfriend and me.
Yeah.
But back at the hospital, Jade walks through the pouring rain in the parking lot to find her mom sitting in her car, smoking and crying. Jade lets herself into the passenger seat, and Sue immediately abandons the cigarette and rolls the window up. Jade reaches for comfort, but when she tries to grab her mom's hand, her sleeves still stained with Riley's blood, Sue pulls away and covers her own face as she cries harder. Again, another deleted scene. When Jade gets in the car, Sue is asking her because she got results back and finds that Riley didn't take anything. Nobody had given him anything. And she's like, I know my son, he did not have a psychotic break. What happened? What happened? What happened? You have to tell me what happened. And Jade's like, I don't know. I don't know anything. I wasn't there. I don't know. And that's when she tries to reach for her and she pulls away.
Instead, it just kind of looks...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like she blames her.
Yeah.
But like a mom knows, like, I know you know what happened.
Yeah.
You at least know something and you're not saying anything.
That's what I'm saying. And T, that's exactly what I thought. That she was blaming her.
Yeah.
So when I was watching it, I was like, okay, so your mom's super cool. This right here is where you say, look, we were getting possessed by ghosts or we were whatever. I know how crazy that sounds. Please, you got to listen.
Line of communication is open. But again, it's just the way we deal with these emotions. She had anger to hide behind because she was so sure Mia did something to him. That's gone now.
Yeah.
She's just desperate. Please just tell me what happened. And she's like, oh.
But I will say the motif of reaching for someone's hand
Very good.
and not connecting.
Very good.
Ah, okay.
But in her bed, lying head to toe with the sleeping Daniel, Mia watches a video of herself and Riley. She then scrolls through her videos and finds one of herself and her mother, laughing and arguing over which of them is the cutest, hottest, funniest. Rhea leans into the camera imparting the wisdom of fuck the haters. This is what she was listening to at the memorial, and you don't realize it until now. But when her mom does say "suck my ass," and I've watched this 3 times now, and it makes me laugh every time.
I will say in their argument, they both say "me," and that's her nickname. Why doesn't she just own it?
They're agreeing.
Yeah.
Yes, me. Yes.
But Mia finally switches the video off and lies back against her pillow. She cries quietly before looking down at Daniel. Curling up on her side, she inches just close enough to rest her arm against Daniel's shin. And finally, she closes her eyes. Thunder booms outside, and we find Mia still lying in bed. The camera is sideways, and she walks out of the bed as if she were standing and not lying down. I loved this shot.
Mm-hmm.
She walks directly to Daniel, the sun shining a spotlight on them through the window as their lips lock in a kiss. The sound around them is muffled and distorted as they gently caress each other's hands and then finally embrace. The sound is muffled, but it's unmistakably knocking and yelling. We see Max finally getting the door open and Rhea's body falling into the hallway. Max tries to perform CPR on his wife, and Mia looks on. Daniel's standing behind her with his back to her now. When she looks back in the hallway, Max looks up at her, sitting next to Rhea's body, defeated. But Rhea isn't Rhea anymore. She's been replaced with Mia, wearing Rhea's clothes, still and dead, her eyes turned white. This imagery, it is unbelievable. And the way that it's her, and then when we look again, it's Mia, it is fucking chilling.
Again, with the directors on commentary, whenever this happens, Danny goes, and so what Mia is seeing, and Michael's like, no. And I'm like, God damn it.
Stop.
So obviously,
Don't even do a commentary then.
this is more than what it seems.
Yeah.
And what it seems on its surface is haunting, and the shot of her hands afterwards.
Yeah.
But it's more than that somehow. So,
Okay.
you know, there is also, I will say, I saw this because of the way that she described her recurring nightmare before.
Yeah.
When she's standing there with Daniel, you're focused on that, but then afterwards when she's alone, there is a mirror behind her and she's not in it.
Oh my God.
All right.
So
That's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. And even the visual of her standing there and Daniel standing with his back to her was, it's just very powerful. But the distorted sounds mount to horrible scratching. Her breath shaky. Mia looks down at her hands to find ruined fingernails, chipped and broken with wooden splinters embedded beneath them. She wakes up with a gasp in bed and the scratching finally stops. She sits up, catching her breath, but she quiets down when she hears someone humming. She scans the darkness of the room and the humming stops. Finally, she sees someone crouched down in the corner of her room. This is like the when you think you see shit, but it's really just like the clothes chair or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's actually, it's not the clothes chair. This is like so creepy.
I love that we all have a closed chair.
You know? Closed chair, closed desk. You know, we all, everybody got one. Spotted, the figure creeps out of the shadows and crawls across the floor to her. Her hair slick against her head, wearing a slip and pearls, is the hungry woman, played by Carrie Reed. She's also known as Elizabeth, apparently the one that spilled all the tea on Daniel when he was possessed.
Oh. So
That's the rumblings
Okay.
online.
Oh, so she's seeing his.
And she's we were like, is this just a horny spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've.
Yeah, she is a horny spirit.
Maybe we'll establish that soon.
Yeah. With the particular
Proclivity.
proclivity. I was trying not to say the word.
We're not judging anymore.
All right. But she slows down when she passes Daniel's head, but picks up the pace and scurries quickly to the other end. She opens her mouth and slides Daniel's toes in. Mia stares, horrified, and calls to Daniel to try to wake him up, finally screaming at him as the spirit continues going to town on his feet. Daniel finally wakes up and looks down at his kicks to find
His kicks?
I feel like I probably felt like I said feet too much. I don't know why I wrote it like
Kicks
that.
were shoes, dude.
At his gams, those are his legs.
Yeah.
At his wheels,
His stumps.
his stumps.
Yeah.
But he finds Mia sucking on his foot.
I will say when Mia's doing this, her eyes are rolled back white.
Yeah.
But I don't think you saw that.
I was astonished.
Yeah.
Astonished.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a little surprised because I mean, because she wasn't possessed by this lady.
No.
She's got her own thing going on.
Yeah.
So now you think, oh, it's not,
Exclusive to.
yeah, it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got yourself into something you ain't never.
Real quick, when she stands up though out of that corner, man, that was done so good. Because when we first watched it, I think we were all like, is that somebody over there?
Yeah.
And then watching it again, even for the show, I was like, that, I know there's somebody there. I can't really tell though. And then when she comes out, I was like, that's fucking brilliant.
I feel like we've all got like shared fears.
Yeah.
Even if it's just like shit from childhood or whatever. And that's why like they kind of become cliched and tropey. But this was just such an exploitation on that. Everybody's done that. Is that something in the corner of the oh my God, no, it's just the lamp or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody's done that. And this really just like exploits that moment of, no, it is something.
And it's perfectly lit for that.
Yes.
To where it does give you that illusion of, oh, that shape is a little too.
Yeah.
It's a little peculiar.
But Daniel kicks at her and snaps her out of her stupor. He jumps up to gather his clothes as Mia frantically explains that they must have brought something back with them. She says, she was sucking on your feet. But Daniel is like, no, you were sucking on my feet. Mia denies this, but Daniel's had it. He leaves the room, ignoring her when she tries to stop him. She should have really knocked him down a couple pegs and reminded him who his makeout partner was this evening, because you're not gonna fucking shame me.
Yeah.
If we're comparing proclivities.
Yeah. But again, see,
I won.
even here, when she tells him that, he's like, who? The only person I seen was you. Or
Yeah.
and it's like, dude, you know everything that's happening.
You know what we were
have the
fucking around
video
with.
of you making out with the dog. What the fuck?
And we're going to post it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you forgetting this? Why is it now you choose not to fucking remember what y'all have been through?
I don't know. It's odd because it does seem like the way that he's reacting, it's like, I wasn't there. I didn't see any weird shit tonight.
Almost to where like, this is your story, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no.
We were all
Yeah.
home for a demon tonight.
Yeah.
So let's fucking get
Yeah.
off our high horse, start sucking some toes or whatever.
Right.
We all have some things that we're needing to do.
It's like we were watching that Tarantino film before we
Yeah.
went to sleep.
We
It's
got to
like,
get it out of our
Gets in.
system.
Yeah,
Gets
get that
in.
We got to get it out of our system. We all have these thoughts.
I was still laughing at it. We are posting it.
No, yeah.
Well, I want you to know your reputation is just, especially if you leave here tonight,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd get back in here
because I'm scared.
and shut the fuck up and not tell anybody.
Feet to head or everyone's dead.
But alone now, Mia sobs, panting as she tries to catch her breath. She slaps herself across the face before hitting her own head repeatedly. We watch her melt down, punching the door, hitting the walls, and screaming as she slaps herself. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh, but where the fuck is Max? It's like wild to me. She's gone to her room. She fucking snuck out. She came back, snuck a boy in. They were asleep. She's sucking on toes. She's beating herself up like she's in fucking Liar Liar.
Yeah.
She's been pounding on the walls.
Well, time out as well, because
Dad? Where are you?
Their argument was not quiet. You were stuck in my feet. And then it's just like, again, to your point, where is he?
No, that's true. That was loud as fuck.
Yeah.
All of it was. Every part of it was. But she ends up sitting on her floor with a lit candle in front of her. She cries for her mother as she cradles the hand and says the magic words, "Talk to me."
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
No timekeeper.
Mm-hmm.
She's not letting her in. I feel like
All right.
the research, we don't have enough research on
With this
on
hand.
even what you're doing.
Yeah.
Even with the talk to me part. I don't know, man. This stresses me out.
I will say, though, in all fairness, that is interesting. Oh, and also, come to think of it, everybody that used this hand and said, talk to me, it seemed like it was like the hands-on shuffle.
Uh-huh.
But nobody ever thought to request.
That's true.
Okay.
And nobody ever thought to talk. Literally, it's talk to me. They say it, and then they don't say anything to the spirit. They're just like, get in.
Oh,
trying to get high,
Get
bro.
in, loser. We're trying to get high.
We're not trying to talk.
Yeah, but talk.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
That
That's
started
true.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
In one of those interviews I watched with the Philippou brothers,
Yeah.
I think they were on Joe Rogan, and they were talking about this scene. They said that they would ask Sophie Wilde if she would not sleep for some days or to come in like that. They said because she's supposed to have bags under her eyes, she's supposed to look run down. They were like, look, if you can, cool, if not, we understand. And that she would. And they said when they were filming this, she started to get really into it and she hit herself and they were like,
Oh.
hey, hold on. They were like,
damn.
They're like, thank you. You're doing an amazing job, but
Calm down a little
Yeah.
bit. I was going to say, who are they? Franz and Fiala?
Yeah.
It's like, no, you really need to get possessed by a demon.
Yes, please. And I will say, I think we all partook in podcasts we don't normally for this show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a piece of fucking, I don't even know which Paul brother it was, but I needed a shower after.
I did as well.
I was like, the shit I do for the show. Gross. But when Mia looks up, she sees her mother. Ria's face is dark with death, and her eyes are milky and white. Choking out her question through her tears, Mia asks if she killed herself, and full of compassion, Ria tells her that she didn't do it on purpose. Mia asks if she's telling the truth, and Ria tells her that she would never want to leave her. Tears streaming down her face, Mia smiles as her mother tells her that she's always here. The sound of bubbling water can be heard as Ria tells her that Riley needs help. Mia takes this in, and we see her curl up in her bed with her mother cradling her from behind. But we can still hear the sounds of bubbling water. And this is something I did not catch the first time I watched it.
No, not at all.
Mm-mm.
In the hospital, Sue and Jade give Riley a sponge bath. One eye stares up at the ceiling completely red, and the one he tried to gouge out is still swollen shut. Sue gently cleanses his face until she's interrupted by her ringing phone. She excuses herself, leaving Jade to continue the work of bathing her brother. As Jade rubs the towel on his shoulder, Riley's gaze drifts upward, his head lazily leaning back. Jade grips his shoulders and pleads with him to just say something, but Riley snaps to suddenly and sinks his teeth into her hand. Jade pulls herself free, but in the process, she knocks Riley over onto the tiled floor. The bucket falls over as Jade rushes to the other side of the room, and the soapy water joins Riley on the ground. He lies on his side, looking at her with his battered face and breathing heavily. Jade screams for her mother, but Riley flings his head backward and smashes it on the wall. He does this again and again, the tile breaking away and falling to the floor. Jade begs him to stop, but Riley only pauses to laugh at her before continuing to bash his head. Satisfied with the damage he's caused, Riley begins to hungrily lap up his own blood from the floor. When he stops and begins to seize, medical staff finally comes to his aid. As Sue screams in the background, we get a lingering shot of his blood flowing down the drain.
They take him to Haddonfield Memorial? What the fuck is
I
this?
mean,
Yeah.
Let's leave
where-
this child to bathe this other child.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Not only that, the implication here from what they're telling Sue is that Riley did this to himself.
Yes.
Shouldn't somebody constantly be around?
You would
Yeah.
think.
I know that he was kind of catatonic, but when he started like moving his head like he was online, Jade wasn't surprised.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh my God, he's awake. Like he's there.
Yeah.
He's just not communicating. Why is nobody supervising this?
You got this? Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got a phone call to return.
No, yeah, that I think that was my, like I said, it was my little nitpicky thing. It was like why? And then even that, his sister's right there.
Yeah. It took so long for anybody to come. That took me out of it a little bit because I'm like, that is, again, Haddonfield Memorial.
Yeah,
Dude.
That is wild. And I'll be honest, I'm sorry. I'm Sue. I'm to the point where I can't even comfort my daughter for what happened. I left y'all alone, and this is how I'm not leaving you alone with him.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, I mean, I know that sounds terrible. I'm not leaving you I'm not taking my fucking eyes off him.
At least until I know fully what's going
Or
on.
get a nurse in here and then
Yeah.
I'll step out to take my call. I'm not leaving you alone with him.
And-
so that he can maybe get better and tell what y'all were doing because you're not telling me.
Yeah.
And there's a moment later that's egregious.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
unbelievable.
But in the basement hangout where all of this started, Haley, Joss, Jade, Daniel, and Mia meet. As Mia scrapes the polish off of her fingers, the voices around her are dull and muffled. But we do hear them talking about James having shown the video to the police, but the police said there's nothing they can do about a kid hitting themselves.
Look,
They're like, have y'all seen Liar Liar?
there was a moment where that chair flew back about
Yep.
15 feet.
Yep.
That's not normal.
No.
Nope.
I couldn't do that right now.
No. It's just I
You're very disappointed.
Yes. Yeah. he something happened. Even if it was him doing it to himself, I don't feel like that's, I don't want to say naturally possible, but I feel like he would have passed out at some point to just keep doing that to himself.
Let's say Riley did it to himself. Let's say he did. Why was he tied to a chair?
Also
No.
true. Yeah.
What the fuck? What were y'all doing? Y'all were doing something.
And is
Yeah.
the chair on a track, or how did you? How did you do that? No, how did you do that?
Yeah.
But everything finally comes into focus when Mia asks Jade how Riley is. Jade tells her coldly that every time he comes to, he tries to kill himself. This makes sense to Joss, who says that they're trying to keep him. The person who gave Duckett the hand told him that if you die while they're in you, they own you forever. He was like, I was very clear on that the first time we did this.
You know, I'm starting to get some Nightmare on Elm Street vibes a little bit too.
Okay. Yeah.
Mia asks if anyone else has been seeing stuff, and Haley is immediately disquieted, asking what she means. Mia admits that she saw her mom at the hospital, and she saw another spirit attack Daniel at her house. Haley asks Daniel about this, and Daniel admits that he didn't exactly see a spirit. Shooting guilty looks at Mia, he finally stammers out in admittance that when he woke up at Mia's house, she was sucking on his feet. Jade goes, the fuck?
Well, yeah.
It's a
I'm
lot.
swinging on fucking both of y'all, dude.
Daniel's like, I didn't see a spirit, but I saw someone with a lot of spirits. I'll tell you that right now, and I'll tell you the whole fucking story. Actually,
Daniel, shut the fuck up.
it was late at night, sleeping feet to head.
Shut up. But Jade wants clarification on the whole woke up with Mia part, but Haley is stuck on the whole sucking on your feet part. Mia swears that it wasn't her, but Jade pulls Daniel's arm from off her shoulder. Again, I didn't much care for Jade. The way that she was treating Mia, the way that she really was treating Riley.
Yeah.
But god damn, how much are we gonna put her through,
Yeah.
dude? No, now you laid that. I got a belly full of white dog crap on. Now you laid this shit on me. That is give a bitch a break. This is beyond.
Yeah.
But Joss doesn't understand how Mia would be seeing her mother when she didn't even let her in. But Haley remembers Duckett saying that the spirits can imitate people. Mia wants to know who Duckett is, and Joss and Haley immediately look uncomfortable. Joss says that Duckett is the one he got the hand from. He'd met him twice at parties where they were doing the hand game. When Joss asked if he could borrow the hand, Duckett told him he could just keep it. He was seeing the spirits without it. And we didn't think that was concerning.
Oh, I don't need this anymore.
Thanks, dude.
That's my note. So you were given this background.
Yeah.
And you still thought it a good idea to continue to do this.
Oh, I'm fine without it.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about me, dude.
I think, and the thing for me, Haley's line about Duckett saying that it could imitate people.
Yeah.
That's the answer to everything.
Period.
Yeah.
That's it. And then the thing that Duckett had said at the party about his father and Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
that's it. That's the whole movie. That's the rest of the film.
But Haley adds that this is when Duckett went off the deep end. He stabbed his brother and then killed himself. Mia asks if they could talk to Duckett's brother, and Haley and Joss eye each other. There was a deleted scene in between this, which I guess that they changed this scene to make the deleted scene unnecessary, but they go to Cole's house and talk to him and Duckett's mom. And they're like, hey, is Duckett here? And she's like, he's dead. He died 2 months ago. You're his friends? Like, she's very cold to them, and she tells them where they can find Cole, and she's like, look, we can't help you. But like, I feel like there's no way in hell that went down at that crowded ass party.
Yeah.
And these kids did not find out what happened.
That is true.
Yeah.
So that's the one deleted scene where I was like, I liked getting the resentment from the mother,
Yeah.
but I'm like, that there's no fucking way. There's no way in hell. And again, knowing that these were the people he was doing this with, I get why Cole was so mad at the beginning. Because
Yeah.
it's like, you see my brother going off the deep end and you don't give a fuck. Like, y'all are just filming him. You're laughing about it. You're letting him continue.
They're like,
Yeah.
well, I've got the hand.
yeah.
So let's just have our own parties.
It's,
Yeah.
What's a
Duckett,
what's
who?
a Duckett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who? Sorry. What?
Fuck Duckett, man.
Fuck it. But
I was resisting.
you know me, gotta grab the lowest hanging fruit. But that night, the entire gang meets up with Cole at a bus stop. As Mia, Jade, and Daniel stand by awkwardly, Joss tells Cole that they need to talk about Duckett. Cole turns on him, saying that the worst part is that Duckett really thought he had friends because they always invited him to parties, but they were just using him.
And again, this theme of loneliness,
Yeah.
belonging, doing something out of what you normally would to fit in.
Yeah.
Same thing with Mia.
Yeah.
And that like of that cliche of like inviting the dude that has the good weed, whether you like him or not, you know? I mean, you know what I mean?
No, yeah.
It's like you were using him. You didn't even like him. You invited him to a party for this specific reason.
Mm-hmm.
But Haley maintains that this isn't true, and Cole doubles down that a real friend would have seen that all of this was fucking Duckett up, and he's not wrong.
Yeah.
A bus pulls up, and when Joss implores that Cole help them, he refuses and gets on. They all stand in defeat, but Mia rushes onto the bus. She walks slowly over to the empty seat next to Cole, and her friends follow, but they keep their distance. The bus starts moving, and in a quiet voice, Mia admits that she knows what it's like to lose someone close. This softens Cole to her, and after a moment of reflection, he reveals that the people Duckett let in messed up his head. He says that if he had just stopped doing it, they would have left, that is very interesting.
Yeah.
Jade takes a seat behind Mia and pleads with Cole that her little brother is in the hospital because he went way over. Cole seems disgusted by the fact that they let a kid do it. And when he sees their shamed reactions, he tells them that his body should kick them out eventually. They get weaker the longer they're inside. But Jade tells him that this isn't the case. Cole tells her to just give it time, but she tells him straight up that they are killing Riley. At his limit, Cole yells back to Joss that maybe it's time he stops fucking up people's lives. Joss looks down in shame, and when the bus stops, Jade rushes off. Again, this kind of suggestion of withdrawal. If you'll stop doing it, you'll get better, you know?
It does fit.
But also going back to them saying like these kids don't know what they're fucking with. He's like, oh, I'll be fine in a little bit. It's like, no, dude, it is getting worse.
Yeah.
It's not getting any better. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. Again, with the rules kind of being ambiguous.
Yeah.
But Mia runs behind Jade, and when she catches up, Jade reels on her, telling her that she never should have let him do it. And she's not wrong.
Yeah.
Mia deflects, saying that they all decided it would be okay. But the others have caught up to them, and Haley makes it clear that they didn't decide anything. Mia did. And they're not wrong. They allowed it, but they weren't like, okay, 50 seconds.
Yeah.
That was Mia.
But here's the thing. They're not wrong, but if this went well, they'd be like, oh, we're going to put Riley on, the TikTok or whatever.
Yeah.
Just to,
we're going to publish him on TikTok.
Yeah.
But
like they would have been taking credit for it. They would have been like, and we got this kid to do the hand.
I mean,
yeah.
probably. But I mean, it was not their decision.
It wasn't.
They were complicit. They are to blame, but
Yeah.
it was not their decision.
And they did bring the hand.
And they did supply the hand.
It's the most important part of this thing.
We couldn't do it without it.
Not Mia's poor judgment.
But yeah, Haley harshly makes it clear that it was all Mia. Jade continues the charges against Mia. She let Riley do it, then she lets him go for 2 minutes, then she sleeps with her boyfriend. Daniel pipes up that that's not what happened, but Jade only snaps at him for supposedly taking Mia's side. She did sleep with her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Cashew sleep.
Yeah.
But she did.
Yeah.
And it was in a
That was a snore sound? Nay. Have you ever snored before?
Oh yeah. But with everyone else standing behind her, Jade levels her gaze back at Mia. She tells her sincerely that she wishes Mia had never forced her way into her family. This physically wounds Mia, but she pushes it aside and tries to be pragmatic, asking the group if they blew the candle out. When no one can remember, Mia proposes that maybe they opened the door and didn't close it. If they could just do it again with Riley, they could close the door.
I will tell you, when I said that there was something else blurry in the background when Mia leaves the room, the candle is still burning.
Oh, okay.
I did not catch that.
No, I didn't either.
After she said that line, I was like, I got to go back and check it. And yeah. it
Yeah.
is.
Interesting. Very interesting. So again, you're not even for sure about the rules, but you did not. You still. I mean, I understand we were a little distracted.
Yeah.
I get that, but the rules were not followed.
No, even whether they're real or not.
Yeah.
But Jade is understandably not on board, asking if Mia really wants to do the thing that put Riley in the hospital with him again. Mia maintains that they have to do something, and her assertion of this leaves everyone silent. Wordlessly, Joss hands over the backpack containing the hand to Mia. Mia promises to give it back, but Haley tells her sternly to just burn the fucking thing. Joss wishes her luck, and he and Haley turn and walk off of the scene and out of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think that this makes a lot more sense for Mia to get the hand here.
Yeah.
I understand that we needed to have that scene with Mia and Rhea, but you can honestly have it whenever. You can have it right now.
Yeah, the door is open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, her stealing the hand was a little, it didn't sit right with me anyway.
Right.
So why do we have it?
I mean, that's fair. I just wanted to say a little commotion for Haley and Joss because I feel they were very big and bold characters, and I feel like they did such a fucking great job.
Oh yeah. But that's me. I'd have been like, all right, this is y'all.
My
Yeah,
name's
let's
Paul.
go.
Yeah. But in the hospital, Mia walks down the hall with the bag slung over her shoulder. Her phone buzzes with an incoming call from her father, but she ignores it. So again, 2 missed calls, missed connections,
Yeah.
you know. She meets with Daniel and Jade warns her that her mother will be back in an hour. Mia promises that they'll be quick, and they enter Riley's room. They close the drapes, exposing the room to the hallway, and set up. As the machines around him sustain and monitor Riley's life, Jade straps his wrist to the bed. Daniel lights a candle at his feet, and Mia pleads with Riley in whispers as she wraps his fingers around the hand. She says, "Talk to him." Nothing happens, and when she instructs Daniel to blow out the candle, he does and asks if it did anything. Despite light protests from Jade, Mia tells Daniel to do it again. He lights the candle, and Mia asks again, "Talk to him." When it doesn't work again, Mia volunteers to use the hand to try to speak to Riley. He's not dead, but maybe his spirit is disconnected from his body. Daniel recalls that the spirits are in limbo, and Mia thinks that maybe that's where Riley is too. They both tell her this is a bad idea, but she ignores them and turns the hand toward herself. This is giving addiction to a point.
Yeah.
Because this is not a good idea.
No, I will say it is. I mean, the plan was admirable.
Yeah.
To like, what if I don't say me?
Talk to this son of a bitch.
Fingers crossed. Shrug emoji when it doesn't
Yeah,
work.
you tried it. You never know the answer until you ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean that was my note. Was like, is this a good idea or no? Because I don't.
No.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
And honestly, if talk to him even worked, you can't see shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So why would you even try?
You know,
You're desperate.
Yeah.
I get it.
you lose 100% of the shots you don't take. But Mia sits down and asks the hand, "Riley, talk to me." But when she looks up, it's not Riley sitting across from her, but a little girl. Little girl Audrey, played by Ava Stenta, stares back at Mia with large and sad eyes. Jade asks if it's Riley, but Mia quietly shushes her. She asks Audrey if Riley is here and if she knows where he is. Mia pleads with her softly, and Audrey whispers back that she can take Mia to him. After Mia agrees, Audrey says, "I let you in."
I thought that the little girl was going to be named Riley as well.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that she had a credit in a different name.
Yeah.
Because I thought that would be, she's calling out, literally, you're not even saying a surname.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
okay.
good. Yeah. She's also in a hospital.
Yeah.
So like that is fertile
Yeah.
ground. But Mia's head snaps back and she is treated with the visions of the limbo where Riley is trapped. A myriad of menacing predator spirits surround him, cradle him, and attack him. He is held in place by a spirit with old and dilated eyes, Quain, played by Cass Comerford. Riley screams and sobs as he looks over at Mia in the chaos. Jade pulls Mia back to the hospital room and she regains consciousness when she crashes to the floor. Again. It's probably fine. We don't need to check on that. Daniel tries to comfort her, but she scoots away from him, sobbing and begging him not to touch her. Jade assures her that it's just her and Daniel there. And when they ask what happened, Mia cries as she tells Jade that she saw him. They're hurting him and they're not going to stop. They're never going to stop. Mia screams as she cries, startling Jade as she kicks out, causing the hand to clatter to the floor.
So that was hell. I feel.
Yeah.
I'm
feel
like, that's limbo?
Yeah, that's between. That's dude. It can get worse.
Yeah.
This is just the waiting room.
God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. I got a lot
of fucking apologies to make. But I did hear on the commentary that this vision that is seen here, apparently they filmed a lot worse.
Yeah.
And they were told by producers that they're like, look, that what you have shown us, that's an NC-17.
Really?
And you could not possibly get that past the censors. And so they were like, okay, and they understood, and they cut a ton of it, but apparently there's little, small, tiny snippets of a few of these things that are still there in the sequence.
Oh, okay.
And so I didn't get to, but I want to go back and see if, frame by frame, are we seeing some really gruesome shit?
Yeah.
What are we seeing?
Sophie Wilde had said about filming this that obviously all these people are there and they're naked. And she said there's like 40 people. And maybe this is what you're talking about, because she described running through them.
Oh, wow.
And she goes, I know mentally that it's a movie. You know that mentally and emotionally, but your body doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So she said that her body was just in panic. And like that was the hardest thing that she had done, because her body was reacting in a way where all these horrible things are actually happening around her.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, I never thought of that. Because you think like, oh, I'm filming a movie. There's a guy with a boom mic right there. But it's like, no, your body is telling you, like, I am not supposed to be in this situation.
Yeah.
I think we're in hell right now, Sophie.
Yeah. Get the fuck
out of here.
But even as Mia returns home, the screams of the limbo she witnessed echo in her mind. She is brought back to reality by her father, who is sitting in the living room waiting for her. He admits that he hasn't been completely honest with her, but he tells her that he wants to be. Mia sets her backpack down and sits on the couch across from Max. He confesses that before Rhea passed, she left something that Max has been afraid to show her. He knows that this was wrong of him because really it's just as much Mia's as it is his. He asks if he can read it to her, and Mia gives an imperceptible nod. Max takes out a letter written to the both of them and begins to read. In the letter, Rhea unburdens herself, admitting that it's a rainy Tuesday at the time of writing this, and it's the first time in a long time that she hasn't felt hopeless. In fact, she feels full of hope. He fights back tears as he continues. She wishes for them both to live beyond their years and find happiness, and she hopes that they don't hate her for this and that they find it in their hearts to forgive her. She wishes them peace in knowing that she's no longer in pain. Tears stream from Mia's eyes as Max apologizes to her for what he's finally revealed. I understand him wanting to protect her.
Yeah.
Like, I know that we're probably supposed to be like, oh, he's a liar, blah, 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 but it's like, you want to protect your kid. And this is like the pain of this. I get it. I, again, wish that we had those moments leading up to this, because it is already very impactful.
Yeah.
But I think it would have been more so.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
But Mia's in immediate denial. She tells Max that that's not real because her mother told her herself that it wasn't true. Now, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to need a few follow-up questions.
What did you just say?
Was it a dream? What is going on?
Yeah.
I want to know what that means.
He doesn't.
No.
But overwhelmed, Mia stands up and Max holds her close, apologizing for keeping it from her, but telling her that he just didn't want her blaming herself. Mia accepts the hug, closing her eyes and letting her father's words sink in, until she hears scratching from the other side of the room. When she looks up, she sees Rhea's reflection in the door. Her voice echoes to Mia that it's not true. Mia pulls away from Max, eyeing him suspiciously, and she promises him that she'll be back, and he lets her leave to her room. Now, I'm not trying to spoil anything, but at this moment, I'm like, he killed her mother.
Yeah, and I will say that if it wasn't for that line from Haley,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not what happens.
No.
I thought the same thing too when we were watching it the first time. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I was like, there's more to this.
Watching it subsequently, it's very clear.
Yeah.
But the first time I watched it, I was like, what is going on? What's really happening?
Yeah.
Because from here, it takes an odd turn.
Yes. But in her bedroom, Mia speaks with Rhea reflected in her mirror. Rhea insists that Max is lying. She never wrote that letter. And most importantly, the man out there is not her father. We see Rhea slick and wet. Max begins to knock on the door, and Rhea holds a finger to her lips, repeating that it's not her father. They're imitating him, and he's gonna hurt her. Despite hearing Max banging on the door and calling out to Mia, we also see him still sitting on the couch in the living room, removing the shirt wrapping the hand from the bag. Back in the room, her eyes clouded and gray, Rhea tells Mia that she has to help Riley. He can't stay there. He's suffering. Mia asks what she can do, and Rhea tells her simply, he needs to die. They're never going to let him go, and Mia needs to put him out of his misery. Again, the full circle moment about the kangaroo.
Yeah.
But I'm like, you just said he's not my dad and he's coming to hurt me. Why are we talking about Riley? Can we focus on me for a second?
Yeah.
You're like really obsessed and focused on Riley.
Yeah, it's almost like you almost have a soul.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah,
like
but-
you're really close to getting something.
And you know that I can help.
Yeah.
But Rhea vows to look after Riley as Max's shouts and knocks increase in aggressiveness. Mia briefly sees Riley writhing in pain and torture behind Rhea and begs to just be left alone. Finally, Max bursts through the door and stands in her room. The Max on the couch takes notice of the sound and turns his head in the direction of Mia's bedroom. That's when I was like, wait.
Yeah.
The Max in Mia's room now turns to her, his face etched and his eyes clouded. This is not her father. He grunts as he comes running at Mia full speed. He grabs her and starts thrashing her around the room, throwing her against the walls. When he gets her on the ground, he starts choking her. Mia screams for help, and the real Max tries to break the door down to the bedroom. Mia reaches desperately for a pair of scissors that were knocked to the ground, and when Max finally breaks into the room, he sees his daughter in the throes of strangulation, but there is no one on top of her. Again, this moment of repetition with him trying to break a door down to save somebody that he loves.
Yeah.
It is
Tragic.
Like, God
Yeah.
damn, dude, it hurts. It's too much. But Mia is reaching out for the scissors, and when Max leans down to try to help her up, she grabs them and swings them, stabbing Max in the side of the neck. Blood spurts when she pulls the scissors out, and Max's hand goes to his wound, confusion clouding his face. Mia just backs away, realizing what she's done. Outside, the trees sway in the wind, and when we see the hand again, it's alone and abandoned on the window seat in Mia's room. Mia calls Jade at the hospital, and in a quiet and defeated voice, she tells her that she knows what she has to do to save Riley. With hope, Jade tells Mia that she actually thinks Riley is getting better. He woke up for a little bit, and it was like he was his old self again. Mia pops that balloon by reminding Jade that she saw Riley. He's in pain, and every second is agony. She tells Jade to come to her house, and she'll show her. She asks her to just trust her, and Jade finally relents, ending the call and telling Mia that she'll be there in 10 minutes. She gives one last look through the window at Riley before hopping in her car and taking off. Mia, though, is sitting in another car in the hospital parking lot, waiting for Jade to leave.
See, I don't like that because we just seen what happened. You listening to the ghosts, and then look what you did to your dad.
Yeah.
Now you want me to listen to you and come over to your house? No,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like edge of your seat.
Yeah.
Who's faster?
Yeah.
It's like Ferris Bueller when they're all racing back to the house. With scissors tucked into her back pocket, Mia enters the room, empty except for Riley. Sue catches her, and when Mia apologizes and turns to leave, Sue tells her that it's okay and invites her to sit down. She tells Mia that she was wondering when she'd see her again because she hasn't come. But when Mia reminds Sue that she told her not to come, she accepts this, admitting that she was mad. Mia concedes that she had every right to be mad at her, and she still does, but Sue doesn't agree. The scans proved that there was no drugs in Riley's system. The truth was that Riley had a breakdown, and Sue couldn't accept it.
So, I mean, I guess that it hits harder here to have that reveal.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Yeah. But we already knew that there weren't drugs in his system.
Well, of course, but I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about.
We're like, what was Riley on, dude?
Yeah.
She sincerely apologizes for blaming Mia when she knows that Mia would never do anything to hurt Riley. Mia tells Sue that she loves them, and Sue tells her that she's not Riley's friend. She's his family, and it would mean a lot to him to have her here. Mia looks over at Riley's slowly healing body, his face more recognizable, but still swollen and scarred. She asks if she can have a minute alone with him, and Sue grants her this, leaving the room. Jade arrives at Mia's house, and when Mia doesn't answer to the honking of her horn, she tries to call her. In the hospital, Mia ignores this call and apologizes to Riley. Fed up, Jade heads inside Mia's house. As Mia spends her moment with Riley, she notices a bag of urine darkening before turning black. When she looks back at the bed, Riley is no longer there. Having the time of his life, it's Quain.
We got to hit the nurse button, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. This.
But she's the only one still seeing this.
yes.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't.
It wouldn't, yeah.
matter.
The nurse is like, what?
Leave him alone.
Yeah. He's peeing. Let him.
Let the boy piss. He stares back up at Mia, his mouth completely devoid of teeth. His lips rise and part in a gummy grin as he chuckles. In a gravelly voice, he admits that she found him. In Mia's house, Jade continues to wander, calling out for her when we see her approach Mia's room, the hand set right in front of the window. Trembling with emotion and anger, Mia tells Quain that she is ending this, but he counters that she can't take Riley. He says he's ours. Mia stands over him, pulling the scissors from her back pocket. She asks where Riley is, and he reminds her she already saw it.
Yeah.
You got a front row seat.
How could you forget?
Yeah. Come on.
It's the scariest shit.
Mia stands over him, raises the scissors above her head, and screams. No one comes to investigate this.
See, and that's
What the fuck?
again where I'm just like, where is the staff?
Yes. But when she looks back at the bed and sees Riley laying there, her resolve falters and she is unable to bring the scissors down. When she lowers them, Quain invites her to touch him because he wants to feel her.
Okay.
She's like, pop them kicks off.
Give mommy a taste.
Defeated, Mia looks out the window to the cars speeding down the highway as tears stream down her face. She hears the guttural cries of the dying kangaroo. And when she sees its reflection in the mirror, she turns and sees it in the doorway. She glimpses it just in time for it to hop away, leaving a trail of blood behind it. And again, like Daniel said, once it's in and it knows everything.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the symbolism is so purposeful.
It honestly, that moment I really appreciate because it feels so surreal.
Yes.
Even after everything we've seen, something about seeing that kangaroo,
Yes.
I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
In Mia's house, tense music mounts as Jade finds Max. He sits on the floor of Mia's room against the wall. He's alive, but he doesn't look alert and he doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But I was surprised that he was alive.
I was too, because I'm like, dude, Cole lived, Max lived. These spirits, like, they're like, you're going to stab a relative.
Yeah.
But they'll be
true.
fine.
Yeah.
They'll be fine.
That's true. At the hospital, Sue returns to Riley's floor from the elevator. She calls Jade to ask where she is, and Jade tells her frantically that she came to Mia's, but she's not there. Once Sue tells her that Mia is here and she's with Riley, Jade tells her that Mia is dangerous. Sue runs down the hall, and when she gets to Riley's room, both he and Mia are gone. Again, I really love this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But there are moments like this where I'm like, now how the fuck?
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep.
How
Yeah.
the fuck?
like all these machines he's hooked up to?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
At least one. And then, dude, what the nurse says.
Dude,
Yeah.
I would fucking punch this lady in the face.
Yeah, how did none of y'all see that?
Oh, God.
She snatches in a nurse, played by Catherine Perling, and asks where Riley is. The nurse is like, he should be here.
He should. You're right.
That
You're
is-
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was just right there.
That's strange.
This is not your keys. This is my son.
Yeah.
But Sue demands to know where the fuck he is. Meanwhile, Jade pulls into the parking lot just in time to see Mia leaving the premises, pushing Riley in a wheelchair. So she went downstairs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I really love this movie, but there are certain parts that I just can't. I don't have a defense for, and that's one of them. That she should never have been able to get out with that boy.
Oh, no.
But Jade screams after Mia as she runs after them. But Mia has pushed Riley to the busy street. She stands on the ledge above it, ready to push him. When she looks down at the wheelchair, Quayne blinks up at her. Hands with splintered fingernails gently grab her shoulders, and Rhea is suddenly behind her, dripping wet. The glimpses of her face that we get reveal it to be distorted and bloated, but she tells Mia that she is so proud of her. Quayne looks up at this, pleased and laughing, as Rhea implores Mia to show Riley the way. She promises to protect him as the emotional music swells, but she continues, "We'll have him forever."
Hold the fort.
Yeah.
What was that last thing you said?
Yeah. Sound a lot like Quayne for my taste.
A little bit. A little bit.
And I didn't notice, but as the movie goes on and we see her mom, Rhea, she changes
Yes.
every time. And
Yeah.
then when watching it for the show, I was like, you don't look like you're doing so hot. I know you're dead, but
Yeah.
as it's going on, it's like you kind of don't look the same.
No.
From when we first seen you.
The first time I watched it, I definitely noticed it here. But if you're like looking, every time you see her, she's wetter or she's more raggedy or like she looks different every time.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm really upset. Me and my friend Axel were writing a screenplay together in college, and there's a lot of this in there. Oh man,
Did you happen to send it to
no.
some Australian brothers?
We kept it too quiet, I think. God damn it, Axel! We need to. It's a total redo.
It's a teardown.
God damn it! Fuck!
Sorry, dude. That sucks. That sucks really bad. But this seems to hit Mia. Jade comes rushing down the hill, screaming at Mia, but suddenly we are in the car of husband and wife, played by Mark Duncan and Ella Finwick. Something hits their windshield, shattering the glass and causing them to crash on the side of the road. When we see the road, we see Mia, crumpled, scarred with road rash and bleeding, much like the kangaroo that she couldn't find the will to help.
I want to say that this is it is an exact shot match.
Okay.
The framing, everything. Where Mia is, where the kangaroo was.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yes, and something else that I don't know what it means, because they didn't even mention it or talk about it at all on the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
But there is, at the top left of the frame, when you find the kangaroo, something written in graffiti on the street. Then there is something in the top left of the screen, something written in graffiti when you find Mia in the street. I don't know what it says or what it means.
Could it be Greek?
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is that it's different words, but
Okay.
it's the exact same shot.
Huh.
They must have nailed it, because that is, when I saw it, that's immediately what I thought of was the king. I mean, it's got to like subconsciously take your brain back to that moment.
Yeah, yeah.
'cause that's wild. I will say, well, hold on.
Okay.
But Mia stands on shaky legs as the people in the crash and witnesses rush over in her direction. She looks toward the hill where Jade cradles Riley in her arms. I'm just going to jump in here because we are at the ending and I do not want to interrupt it. I did not know that it was a point of contention as to how Mia ended up in the street.
It is?
It is. And so I rewound it and watched it frame by frame. And to me, it's in like the upper left when you're like inside the car with that couple. It is out of focus. But to me, it looks like Jade pushes her into the street.
Jade.
Jade.
Okay.
And I thought, because when Rhea's like, we'll keep him forever,
Yeah.
I thought that Mia was like, no, you won't. And she flung herself.
Like a sacrifice.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I thought when I watched it the first 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third time, John Paul and I were talking about it, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And we watched, to me, frame by frame, look for yourself. It looks like Jade saves her brother. To me.
She is there.
She pushes her.
Yes, Nay, we know which side you're on.
Sorry, continue.
No, that's fine. It's all right.
I think the lines are drawn.
It is very blurry.
I'll have to go back. I'll be the tiebreaker.
She is there, but there is no outstretched arms. There is no, like, it's very hard to tell. Like, it is a very fast blur. And
Extremely.
you do see her clothes. Like, you see the color of her clothes right next to Mia.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just too fast for me to determine that's exactly, because it's a blur, but you don't see arms outstretched. You don't even see Mia falling yet. Like, it happens very fast.
It's like you have to slow it down fast.
And we did. Your sister did frame by frame. Yeah.
Interesting. I'll have to look.
But, look for yourself and, let us know what you think. But suddenly, Mia goes from standing in the street to standing in the hospital. All the sounds around her muffled and distorted. She sees a man sitting in a hospital bed with his back to her. And when she travels down the hall to Riley's room, Riley is sitting up, alert and awake. He talks excitedly with Jade and Sue, but we can't hear what they say. They don't acknowledge her. I was like, how much time has passed?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
She spots her father walking down the hall and follows, calling after him, but he doesn't hear her. When she passes a lobby, she sees Riley, Jade, and Sue walking out together. She calls after them, but the lights above them turn off with a loud clap. Mia moves forward and comes right up to a mirror. She does not see her reflection. She looks down at her hands and finds them mangled and bent in unnatural directions. The loud claps continue as the lights around her shut off, leaving her surrounded in darkness. She screams for her father and runs down the hall toward him, limping as she goes, but Max gets on the elevator and pays her no mind. As the doors shut, the lights above them go off, leaving nothing but darkness. Mia's voice echoes as she sobs and begs her father not to leave her. But suddenly, through the muffled silence, she hears a match strike. Her profile is illuminated by the soft flame, and she turns and walks in its direction. The lone flame burns bright in the black, and when she gets closer, she sees the vaguest outline of a person with their arms stretched out to her. We watch as she raises her hand and slips it into theirs. Suddenly, she is sitting at a table, holding the hand of a stranger in Greece, played by Michael Harpus. He is surrounded by men, smoking and watching the events, but he looks at Mia, horrified. Next to him, young man in Greece, played by Nicholas Yelios, gently urges him on in Greek. The stranger catches his breath before telling Mia in English, "I let you in." We get a close-up on Mia's face as she gasps, and it cuts to black. The credits roll as The Moon Smiled Back at Me by Sadistic plays. So, what did you guys think of Talk to Me?
I did enjoy that ending. I do like the full circle of it. That was a good, like I said, that was a good little like gust of fresh air. I did enjoy the movie. I think I think for me a little bit out, probably about 45 minutes in, then it kind of it gets a little formulaic for me, and then it's kind of like, okay, now we're having to hit these notes to get to a certain place. But I mean, it's fucking everything looks good. It sounds good. It is good. So even my, like, me complaining, it's just me. You know what I mean? Those are just me issues. I'm just, you know what I mean? Be honest about it. I know, and I can understand why everybody's saying that this is a perfect movie. And this, I mean, to me, not so much, but it is a like I said, it's a breath of fresh air. It's good. It's really good. And what it does, it comes across great. It's just those few things. The dad stuff. It's like I wish I had a little more with that. And Daniel, those couple times, he's just like, "What? You were there with them. How did you forget this tragic shit that's happening?"
I'm just realizing too that we never see Daniel again after this.
Oh yeah, that was it.
That's it.
That was it.
Yeah.
Mia, I do like for a point. I'm like, damn, this is our girl. Then when you start doing selfish shit and you're just like, it's like, dude, you were responsible for Riley. You let him get fucked up. I get it. It's not 1,000% responsibility, but you're next in line, dude. That's his sister's best friend. That's your friend too. You know this kid. You've been there with them. Come on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just little things like that. But also on the flip side of that, the way everything was shot, the acting is great. Nobody here does a dull job. Everybody here does exactly what they're supposed to do, and they do a fantastic job of it. It's just like I said. After a certain point, I was like, okay, I knew the dad was gonna die. You know what I mean? It's like I seen certain things. It's like, okay, I get we're following where we need to go now. You know what I mean? The first half, it was like, damn, it's like, this is brand new to me. And then after a second, I was kind of like, okay, now I see, now we're going back to horror movie.
I will say that the dad did leave the hospital, but reading online, some people interpreted that as her dad is another lost spirit wandering around. Or he's not a lost spirit, he's ascending. And she's stuck.
Okay, see, that's what I was going to say.
And I was like,
that's what I took it as.
So the elevator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. And then when I read that, I was like, oh my God. But God, that's so like, either way, it is so fucking sad for him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
No.
his ending, either way, that's so sad.
Yeah. But I mean, does that make sense? Do what I'm saying? Like, I did enjoy the movie, but like I said, after a certain point, it was kind of like the list. Things needed to be ticked off to get to where we needed to get. And I'm like, okay, well, all right. Well, I don't. And I know and I think it just goes back to what you say all the time. The expectation of a movie when people boost it up as high as they do, and then are being fucking spoiled by shit. Like, honestly, we're just spoiled. And then it's like, oh, I've seen that. And I'm even admitting it. I do like everything the movie does. But once it comes to a certain point, my mind's like, okay, I already know what's going to happen. Yeah, because I consume this shit constantly. So that, again, that's nothing on the filmmakers, on this movie. That's just me. But again, it's also my opinion of the movie. You know what I mean? But I again, if you haven't seen it, I will even champion to say, go watch this fucking movie. Go see what it does. And I can't wait to see what these brothers do. I want to see the future of more what they've got coming out. This is a damn good movie. Did it work for me? Not everything, but a lot of it did. But again, I see what you are doing, and I'm very excited to see more of what these guys do.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, because there are a few leaps in logic towards the end.
Yeah.
But I think that it's all saved by them pulling off this perfect ending. I love everything about the last section.
Yeah.
It's literally perfect to me. The way it's shot. And again, you start the film with a long take, you end it with a long take. It's just like bookended again, just like Mia with the kangaroo.
Yeah.
But and that shot, the silhouette of her with the
oh my God,
it is fantastic.
Yeah.
One thing I will say that did kind of confuse me a little bit is like whenever they're talking about, oh, there's this other hand.
Yeah.
There's this other hand. If I'm not mistaken, the way that hand is reached for in Greece and in Adelaide is the same way.
Okay.
And so I know a lot of time has passed since whatever happened to Mia in the road.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know if this same hand that Mia had made its way to Greece, because it's not the opposite side like it should be if this is the other hand.
Another one.
Yeah.
That,
I feel like it very, very much could have.
Because then that's even more, because it's like, oh, it's not like, oh, well, the other one's in Greece, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
We don't know.
We have no idea.
Yeah.
This is just floating around. Maybe it lives next door to you.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You know?
Doctor Satan.
But and there's something else that I don't know what it is.
Uh-huh.
In every interview that I saw, and even on commentary, they were talking about how there's something at the end that nobody has caught.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just fucking tell me.
And apparently it's supposed to be like, I think of that fucking interview with George Lucas whenever he was doing Star Wars, and he's like, because Jar Jar is the key to all of this. That's all. That's all that I think when I see stuff like this, and I'm like, "What is the Jar Jar of this film? Like, what is it? You know?
Maybe it is just Jar Jar Binks hidden somewhere there.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
he was the kangaroo.
I do not know. I do not know.
Not the king.
But I even without the Jar Jar of it all, I feel like there's enough here that is so fascinating and interesting, and you can tell that they have the lore fleshed out.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're drip feeding it to you. It's not a matter of
Yeah.
It's clear.
And I admire the restraint
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
must have taken, because you don't know if you're going to get another chance to do this.
No,
Yeah.
you didn't know it was going to be this big of a success.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I really enjoy this film. It really is, as you said, a breath of fresh air. It is such an interesting take on such familiar territory.
Mm-hmm.
I see all the influence that brought this to the table,
Yeah.
but I also see the inventiveness and the unique twisting of these things that are so familiar.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I just want to commend that so much because it is such a fascinating idea. That hand is going to be iconic.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know it's too early to say that now because it literally, came out last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that hand is going to be, that's something. And there will be more of these.
Yeah. And I'll be there.
Oh, yeah.
I really love this. And even I feel like the moments that don't really work for me, because there are honestly a few moments that don't really make a lot of sense. And I will give you, I feel like after they talk to Cole, it is very fast to the ending. It is, It is like a rush to the end. But when we get to the end, it is so rewarding. I can't agree enough that it is the perfect ending. Because you already know what's going on. And then you get her not being able to see her reflection and the foreshadowing of that having been done earlier. And then just when you hear that match, you already know.
Yeah.
You know exactly what's going on. And it's so sad because you see how a lot of these spirits were acting when they were able to taste life and they were laughing and Daniel's spirit took it a little too far, but they're just so lonely.
Yeah.
And if that's what they've been doing is what Mia's doing and wandering in darkness alone until you can get just a taste of this for 90 seconds if people are following the rules, that's so sad. That is devastating.
Yeah.
And again, this metaphor for addiction and how, look where she ended up. It is so, I think it was Danny Philippou that said that if you don't have that lifeline or someone or something that you trust to hold on to, there's nothing to pull you out. And it just the desperation of it all with her and her mother. It really gave me kind of Pet Sematary, where you're doing this thing that you fucking know that you shouldn't do, but you're so desperate to connect with that person that you've lost. It's so deep. It's so sad. And it's wrapped up in this gift wrap of social commentary and technology and social media and it's just, like you said, I cannot wait to see what else they do. This story came from a mind that is so creative, so brilliant, and has so much reverence and respect for this genre that I'm just really blown away. And again, there are a few moments where I'm like, no hospital staff is on the floor at all.
Yeah.
Her dad is sleeping through all of this. Like, there are moments that do not work, that don't work. And the ending is, the rush to the ending is very fast. But I love that we can sit here and have a conversation and be like, did Jade push her? Or what did this mean? Was it ever her mom? Was Riley taken by her mom for a little bit and then it got hijacked? You know, I don't know. I don't know. Did her dad live? Yeah. I don't know. You know, but it's like I don't know if these are things that are going to be explored in other films or if we're just going to be like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm so grateful and pleased with what we got. This is not a perfect film, but it is a really fucking great one. And I think that everybody should see this. And I think that these boys are going to be on my list of people where you're putting out a movie. I'm going to go see it. I really loved it. So we can kind of go into ratings. I think I've kind of like spilled all my thoughts already. There are moments flat out that don't make sense and don't work. And in a movie that is this tight and this good, that is disappointing to have moments where it's like, oh my God, like you were so close. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see it be a little bit longer.
For sure.
I would have loved to see more of Mia and her father.
Yeah.
Just a little more of this kind of unspoken like shadow of Rhea hanging over them.
Okay.
Of Max, I'm sure, being pretty tormented by keeping the secret.
Yeah.
And Mia knowing that there is a secret and what the fuck is going on, you know? Like there is so much there that I would have liked that explored a little bit more. But I mean, goddamn, like the story itself, the fucking hand, the performances, everybody left no crumbs. Everybody did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
It was, and went above and beyond. The visuals of the possessions. I mean, I can't say enough positive things. This is really great. And like the kangaroo. Like I was really excited to see that kangaroo. I'm just gonna wrap it up and say that on a scale from 1 to 10, horrifying haunted hands, I am giving Talk to Me 9 out of 10 horrifying haunted hands. This movie is fucking fantastic. It is not perfect. The ending is.
Yes, it is.
To me, John Paul's making a face. That ending gave me chills. And I watched it 3 times in very close succession, and it's giving me chills every time. But I think that's enough. We've been talking for a really long time. I will now open up the floor to you.
Well, we all know I got to bring the beef. So, I do not fucking love this movie. I really enjoy this movie. I do agree just a little longer. And we usually don't say that, and I know you said that earlier.
Yeah.
But it's just a little more. Also, and I know I didn't say it earlier, but what too took me out of a lot of it too was their dynamic as friends. Y'all are not friends. None of y'all like each other. Maybe Haley and Jade like each other.
I think Haley and Joss too.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. But
the rest of them, they all seemed kind of awkward around each other. And even if Daniel and Mia did date, it would seem like they'd be a little more comfortable with each other. As where they are, he seems very awkward sometimes, or he's just kind of like,
Well, I think because...
Well, I know. He's
trying to get them kicks off.
Yeah.
All right.
But it does do a lot of good. The movie is good. I feel like the one thing I will say, perfect and not a only, but at a party or a gathering with friends, with drinks or anything, this movie, put this on, watch it with your friends or with your family or with whoever's there. Take part of whatever beverages or smoking or non-smoking or whatever. This fucking movie is something to watch with a group. This is great. I just, like I said, them not really being friends, but me supposed to believe they're friends. The thing, like I said, I've said before with the dad, and then with Daniel acting like he didn't understand what was going on. Then the last half of it, and I really do like the ending too, because there's something similar that happens in one of well, fuck, I don't want to ruin that movie for this. But there's something that similar happens in a movie that I like. And I loved that, the way they did that. I like this too. But I just, again, I feel like these little gripes, they are gripes of mine, but it did hurt. It did hurt pieces of the movie for it. Like, it took me out of the moment, or it was just like, what? It was like, what's happening? What? But again, I will, even with my complaints and my gripes, I will champion this movie. Watch this shit. Buy the movie. Rent it. Whatever the fuck. Put it in your collection. It does deserve to be there. Just because I didn't, you know what I mean, put its toes in my mouth doesn't mean that I, you know what I mean? I don't see what it is. It's got pretty feet. I get it.
Will you at least make out with its dog?
Put its toes in my mouth, not the dog, not the dog. But all that to say, on a scale from 1 to 10, horrifying haunted hands, I'm going to give Talk to Me a 7.5. I do like the movie. Like I said, it's just those little things. I feel like after a certain point, I don't want to say the whole back end was predictable, but a lot of it was kind of telegraphed. And I have said before in past episodes that once something becomes so telegraphed, it kind of takes me out of the moment. And I know this is a new movie, and it's hard to be like, oh, see that, because that means I'll even say I'm full of, that would make me full of shit because I didn't see all of that coming.
Yeah.
But I feel like at a certain, but I know I ran out of breath, but I'm trying to.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to keep going.
I'm very tired, so everything is funny.
We're all tired.
We're all like,
trying to steam ahead. But it does.
We see the finish line.
Yeah. Talk to me, JP. Talk to me.
I'm trying, babe. I'm trying to get in. But it does. It did. Those little things did kind of take me out of it, and it does. But again, like I said, with all my gripes, put this in your collection. Watch this fucking movie. Look out for these brothers.
Yes. These boys.
Yes, these boys. Yes.
I really, sorry. That's still very funny to me. I'm out. I'm gone.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a very long day. Dinner's on the horizon, and so is my rating. But
Yeah.
I think that I completely understand your points. I don't know why, for me, they're just not weighted as heavily against.
Right.
I think that the feeling that the film leaves me with kind of gets rid of some of the negative complaints that I might have had.
Okay.
It's not a perfect film, I will agree.
Yeah.
Completely. But I don't know. There is something so perfect about the way that the ending is executed. Mm-hmm. And especially with all of these seeds that have been planted throughout the entire film. I will admit that is probably my major gripe, is that lack of fleshing out this relationship between Max and Mia.
Yeah.
Because I do want to know more. I want those deleted scenes. It's not going to add that much.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's not going to add that much in runtime, but it'll add a lot in these moments.
Yes.
So I feel like that, and it's not even that it's a missed opportunity because you did film them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that I guess somebody's opinion won out.
Yeah.
But I really can't praise this execution enough of, especially with the commentary that they're making, how they do it with such, I think it's just, maybe that's what is so surprising to me, that this is a feature debut.
Yes.
Okay. Because it is such a deft and confident hand, and everything going on behind the camera.
Yeah.
You know, and then everything that is in front of the camera, it just feels so fucking confident. Mm-hmm. And I am along for the ride the entire time. There is not a moment of boredom. There is just, it's exactly as you said, when certain directors show up on the scene and you're like, Jordan Peele, Ari Aster, where you're like, I will, Robert Eggers,
Yeah.
Rose Glass,
Yeah.
or like anything they just put it to my veins. Like, I'm here.
Yeah.
And I feel like this debut was strong enough for me that I am in that camp.
Yeah.
But I want to know more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I appreciate all the lore that is built in. I just feel like, and I respect leaving it up for interpretation.
Yeah.
And you can definitely watch this film and enjoy it without knowing the answers to everything.
Yeah.
But there are just a matter of human curiosity.
Yeah.
It's like, I got to know what all this means.
Yes.
I want to know the exact reasoning behind this kangaroo.
Yes.
Right.
What is that graffiti that is in both of these shots but is different words?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is Mia the parallel to this kangaroo when I thought Riley was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I want to know more, but it's not that I'm, upset that I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just upset you didn't tell me. But all in all, this is one to watch.
Mm-hmm.
The Philippou brothers are two to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just am very impressed by this film.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short.
Yeah.
I'm losing my train of thought.
Well, next is usually ratings.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, horrifying haunted hands, I am going to give Talk to Me 8.5 out of 10 horrifying haunted hands. I feel like the commentary, the skill at work here,
Mm-hmm.
it is a very, very impressive film, and one that I will watch quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
No, yeah, I would definitely watch it again. I mean, like I said, it was just certain things for me. I'm just like, but
Everything else, you got to hand it to him.
Ah, very good.
Let's get out of here.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Talk to Me, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon and stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, it's too easy to let yourself get swept up in the moment. Not knowing when it's time to stop could result in your life slipping through your fingers. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
woo, yeah.
Yeah. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Berry, Brittany Ramatar, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun,
Mandy M., Scott Trotman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G., Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Cow OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie de Guzman, Eileen O., Marissa E., Sydney, Henry F., Megan M., Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanavan, Katie K., Erica Morin,
Cameron S., Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A., Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E., Maggie H., Fernando Dominguez, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Bariqua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Neil Chezin, Valerie K., Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Jess L., Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., Dana Cook, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Cindy Palmer, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, and Scarly D. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Y'all are simply the best. We could not do this without you. So give yourself a hand.
Yeah.
Not like a portal. Not
this hand.
Not this hand. Like a round of applause.
Yeah, please.
A round of applause.
Oh, no. Hey.
Until next time.